हो मारे यहाँ कोई मारे ना, यहाँ अपनी भी थोड़ी अदा थोड़ा अंदाज है। ऐसे है चाहे वैसे है, अरे जो भी है जैसे है, उन पे हम नाज है। जानना हमको ये जमाना, चाहो तो हमको आजमाना। यारबाज हम जानसाज हम इश्कबाज दिलवाले, कहते हैं हमको प्यार से इंडिया वाले, छूटते दिल के तार से इंडिया वाले, जीतते हार से इंडिया वाले, दुश्मन के छक्के छुड़ा दे हम इंडिया वाले, दुश्मन के छक्के छुड़ा दे हम इंडिया वाले।
आंखों की चाबी से थोड़ा बेताबी से चुपके से खोले देने वाले,
कहते हैं हमको प्यार से इंडिया वाले, छूटते दिल के तार से इंडिया वाले, जीतते हार से इंडिया वाले, दुश्मन के छक्के छुड़ा दे हम इंडिया वाले, दुश्मन के छक्के छुड़ा दे
Comrades, hope we all travelled all over the state of the country along with our kids. Really great, na? Thank you, buddies, for the mind-blowing performance. Comrades, we request you all to please accommodate the seats who are all standing outside the hall. Once again we repeat, we request you to please accommodate the seats inside the hall.
Dear comrades, the pomp and show of today's grand function reveals the leadership qualities of our beloved Regional Secretary, Comrade Selvaraj. I now request our ever-smiling, loving, affectionate Regional Secretary of SBIOA Coimbatore Zone to welcome this august gathering. I also request our most respected President of our SBIOA Chennai Circle, Comrade A. Krishnan, to honor our guests.
Dear comrades, good morning to one and all. The flag is flying high here in Coimbatore today. It is a great day, one we have been planning and waiting for. I am sure you will concur with this. It is indeed a great pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of SBIOA CC, Coimbatore model, to extend a gracious welcome to all of you. As the SBIOA celebrates its 50th year of formation, the Golden Jubilee year, we from Coimbatore have great pride in hosting the annual General Body meeting, which also happens to be the Silver Jubilee General Body meeting. We welcome you to this grand moment. The year which saw the free and fair elections of its leaders through a fair and clean democratic process to prove the might of this great organization. Time has travelled 16 long years since 1998 on the 16th November that Coimbatore has hosted the annual General Body meeting 16 years ago. During this prestigious moment, I take this opportunity in welcoming each one of you present here on behalf of Coimbatore cluster. Kovai, the Manchester of South India, located on the banks of river Noyal and surrounded by the picturesque Western Ghats, has an unique tradition of welcome and hospitality. The tradition that began from Sangam Cheras, who ruled over Kovai, has been growing stronger over the years. The city has more than 25,000 small, medium and large industries, primary industries being engineering and textiles. Maruti Udyog and Tata Motors source up to 30% of their automotive components from our Coimbatore. Motor and pump manufacturing industries supply 40% of India's requirements. This is the place where 40,000 goldsmiths are on the job of manufacturing jewel ornaments. Coimbatore boasts of famous temples such as Perur Pattiswarar Temple, Marudumalai Murugan Temple, CSI Emmanuel Church, which is more than 180 years old, along with many Muslim mosques that are a witness to the harmony prevailing in this Kongu Nadu. This venue, Codissia, stands for Coimbatore District Small Industries Association, a combination of 16 chapters of associations of various industries with a vision to make Coimbatore the Hanover of India, has been playing a pivotal role in the development of Coimbatore. It is a 160,000 square feet trade fair ground holding the country's largest pillar-free hall according to the Limca Book of Records. Going by this tradition, I, as the regional secretary of this beloved and mighty organization, welcome you to this Silver Jubilee General Body meeting. I take this opportunity to welcome our President, Shri A. Krishnan, to the dais. Comrades, the man behind all success of our mighty organization in Chennai circle, the dynamic leader, the friendly leader, ever smiling personality, Comrade D. Thomas Franco Rajendra Dev, our General Secretary, request the General Secretary to occupy the dais. I take this opportunity in welcoming our dynamic Chief General Manager, Shri P.S. Prakash Rao, who has readily accepted our invitation in inaugurating this 25th Silver Jubilee General Body meeting. He joined the bank in 1982 and has taken up various assignments during his tenure. We welcome you, sir. I request our President and General Secretary to honor our Chief Guest, our respected CGM. The personality, the entire banking community is known upon, looking upon, Comrade Y. Sudarshan, a great artist, dramatist, writer, who is leading our mighty federation, who has consented to be the chief guest of this day. We welcome you, sir. Shri S. Gurumurthy, corporate advisor and commentator on economic and political affairs, has always been a person whose analysis, in-depth knowledge of current affairs and has a different point of view from the mainstream economies. We welcome you, sir. He is the General Secretary of the most troubled Northeast Circle, senior most Vice President of the Federation and Officer Director of the Bank, ferocious reader who has great analytical skills and an untiring worker who takes pleasure in mind in welcoming Comrade Samir Kr. Mukherjee, Senior Vice President, AISBOF and Director SBI, the guest of honor of the day. Comrade CM Bhaskaran, a trade union leader of very high caliber with whom our Officers Association maintains a very close relationship, a comrade in arms. We welcome you, sir. He has postponed his trip to Delhi just to attend our General Body meeting. Comrade M. Sreenath, as a probationary officer, he started his career in the Northeast, an expert in defense cases, an excellent quizmaster known across Kerala, for conducting quizzes, a close associate of our Circle Association, who was also an office bearer at Chennai Circle and is also a management committee member of SBIOA Trust. We welcome you, sir. Born in Tamilnadu, settled in Maharashtra, speaking fluent Marathi and Tamil, the General Secretary of Mumbai Circle Association, which produces one of the best monthly bulletins in the country, Comrade Ram Kumar Sabapathy, a warm welcome to you, sir. Comrade Samir Mishra, who had been a student leader, a voracious reader, a strong critic and philosopher, is the General Secretary of our Bhubaneswar Circle Association. We welcome you. This circle frequently faces cyclones and floods. He has also faced many cyclones in the association. General Secretary of our Hyderabad Circle Association with close links to Tamil Nadu, who can speak Tamil, known for his straightforwardness, simplicity and efficient running of the Officers Cooperative Society, considered as a model by other circles, Comrade G. Subramaniam. Pleasure is ours in welcome you. Comrade Shankar N. Nayak, a man who has associated with the legendary leader Comrade Godbole and has been associated with the Federation as its secretary for long. A great dramatist who acted in the documentary produced by Nature on disciplinary proceedings. We welcome you, sir. Comrade Soumya Datta, GS elect of Bengal Circle, a vibrant young probationary officer who has sacrificed his career by not taking promotions beyond scale 2 and is helping thousands of people for their promotions through his blog, which is updated regularly, providing questions and answers for every promotion test. We welcome you, sir. Comrade Ravindra Gupta is a General Secretary of Delhi Circle Association, which is one of the biggest affiliates of the Federation. A person who has faced many court cases and an expert in disciplinary cases. We welcome you, sir. We welcome a man from the land of Gandhiji, the land of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, and the man who has the name of our Prime Minister, Comrade J.C. Moody, coming from the land of cooperatives and is the president of our Ahmedabad Circle. We welcome you, sir. We are very pleased in welcoming Shri Sikandar Dekha, President of North Eastern Circle, to this general body meeting. We are also happy to welcome Comrade Vivekananda Das, President of our Bhubaneswar Circle, to the dais. We are happy to welcome Comrade B. Sukkaya, President of our Hyderabad Circle Association, to the dais. We welcome Comrade Prabhakar Kamble, the President of our Mumbai Circle Association, to the dais. Comrade V.K. Yadav, President of our Delhi Circle, we welcome you, sir. Comrade Khatri, DGS of our Ahmedabad Circle, we welcome you, sir. I also take this opportunity in welcoming the members of our erstwhile founders of this great mighty organization, former General Secretaries, I I welcome Comrade Panikar, President of our Kerala Circle Association, to the dais. I also welcome Comrade Shyam Sundar, President of our Karnataka Circle, to the dais. Comrades, on behalf of all of you, I am extending my warm welcome to those founder of this organization, forefather of this mighty association, the former general secretaries, Comrade Moses, Comrade Dharmarajan, Comrade Parsasarathi, Comrade G. Santanam, and senior most President, Sri Saranamuthu. We welcome you all to the dais, sir. I extend my warm welcome to former office bearers of this association, Mr. Balasubramanian, T.P. Chandrasekharan, Venkata Subramanian, Kesavamurthy, Subramanian, Subrayan, Muniswamy, Vasudevan, Jayakumar, Subramanian sir, Prakash, Prasad, Devarajan, Rajan, Jayaraman, Gomadhi Nayagam, Raghupati Rangan, Manohar, Jalaluddin, Jyoti Babu, Venkata Krishnan, Shenkotayan, Shanmugam sir, and Arunachalam. And I extend my warm welcome to each and every one of you of this mighty organization. I take this opportunity to welcome the senior citizens, the members from UFBU, the members from AIBOC. I would fail in my duty if I do not welcome the strong contingent of vibrant lady comrades who are present here. Salutes to you for the august presence here. I welcome the members of the print and visual media who are always on their job of spreading light on the good deeds that this organization does. Further, it is my bounden duty to welcome our DGM, regional managers and AGMs who are present here. I hope that this day would be a cherished memory for all of us and would be remembered evergreen in the days to come. After all, a small salute and a great welcome makes a merry feast. Thank you.
Any auspicious occasion will have a start with lighting Kuthuvilakku. Now, it's time for us to start this remarkable day with our traditional way of lighting the Kuthuvilakku. We now request our beloved CGM, Shri P.S. Prakash Rao, to light the lamp. Please, sir. Shri S. Gurumurthy, Corporate Advisor and Political Analyst. Please, sir. We request Comrade Samir Mukherjee, General Secretary, Northeastern Circle and Director of SBI, to light the lamp. Comrade Y. Sudarshan, General Secretary, AISBOF and President AIBOC. We request Comrade C.M. Bhaskaran, General Secretary, SBSU, Chennai Circle, Vice President, NCBE and Convener, UFBU, Tamilnadu. Please, sir. Thank you, sirs. The role of a creative leader is not to have all the ideas. It's to create a culture where everyone can have ideas and feel that they are valued. He is a person who stands as an example of this creative leader and value the ideas of our members. None other than it is Comrade A. Krishnan. In the ladder of our association, he climbed this prestigious post by working in various posts. He worked as Zonal Secretary, Regional Secretary, Vice President, and presently he is the President of our mighty association, SBIOA Chennai Circle. He is the President of our association and he is also the President of our Thrift and Cooperative Society. He is the Chairman of our Sports Council. Comrades, you know, he is a person who can speak many languages, including Nagamese. After taking the charge as President of the SBI Cooperative Thrift, he reduced the interest rates and increased the dividend and increased the deposit rates also. Now, let us invite Comrade A. Krishnan to deliver the presidential address. Please, sir.
Our respected CGM, Shri P.S. Prakash Rao, who has kindly consented to inaugurate this silver jubilee of our general body. Beloved guest, Shri S. Gurumurthy, corporate advisor and political analyst, who has kindly consented to deliver the keynote address on this occasion. Beloved chief guest, Comrade O.I. Sudarshan, General Secretary of All India State Bank Officers Federation and President of All India Bank Officers Confederation. Beloved guest of honor, Comrade Samir Kr. Mukherjee, General Secretary of North Eastern Circle Officers Association and Director on the Board of our bank. Beloved Presidents and General Secretaries of other circle associations, beloved General Secretary of State Bank Staff Union, Comrade C.M. Bhaskaran and his colleague office bearers, veteran leaders of our association on the dais and off the dais, beloved General Secretary, Comrade D. Thomas Franco Rajendra and my colleague office bearers, dear delegates and militant members of our mighty association, and also the leaders from other officers organization who come here to honor us. Good morning and red salute to all the comrades who have gathered here. Indeed, I am really delighted to see many of our comrades coming over here despite your busy schedule at branches and your personal occupation at homes for celebrating this silver jubilee of our general body. And on this occasion, I congratulate all the comrades who come here at the call of the organization. Our joy is doubled as we celebrate this silver jubilee in the golden jubilee of our great organization. During these 50 years of our organization, our association has been decorated by so many of our stalwart leaders, and many of them have come here at our invitation, but for their sacrifice and struggles, we would not have been what we are today. Let us salute our great heroes of our organization for their dedicated and glorious service to the association. I am also duty bound to thank all our comrades for electing us as office bearers for the next triennial period and reposing confidence in us. We assure you on behalf of the entire executive committee of our association that we will live up to your expectation in rendering service to the officers community in the circle. During the triennial period 2011-14, there have been many challenges in the trade union movement, particularly the officers movement. I consider one of the major success of our organization is effective handling of the charge sheets issued to our leadership and also the restoration of check-off system of our organization, which is the live wire of the organization. That was possible due to mammoth support and the militancy of our members in the Circle Association. I salute you all for standing like a rock to rock with the association in making our efforts successful. There are many resolutions we are placing before this general body concerning our offices, our bank, and also our nation as a whole. There has been acute shortage of officers in the work environment at branches, and our officers are finding it very difficult to cope up with the work pressure and the targets in front of them to achieve. Due to pressure of work and also the shortage of manpower in the bank, our people are put into a lot of difficulties, and I appeal to the management to consider recruitment of both award staff and officers for our members to work with comfort and ease. Comrades, as you are aware, this is the time of struggle, battle for our 10th bipartite wage negotiation. We already had strike on 12th, and I thank you all for being together, united to make the strike a successful event. And also I appeal to you, please take part in all the calls of the organization, our association, federation, confederation, United Forum of Bank Union, so that our battle will be 100% success. Be assured that we will be able to achieve the reasonable settlement of our wage negotiation, as we have been always victorious in our battle. I once again congratulate all the comrades on this great event and wish you good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
This comrade is a person who is always thinking about the welfare of the members and possesses a fighting spirit against the onslaught by the management or IBA or the wrong policies of the government, and has taken all proactive steps to fight against anything which affects the interest of the bankmen or the bank that he works for. A man of innovative thinking and executing it with perfection. We request our beloved General Secretary, Comrade D. Franco Rajendra Dev, to deliver the introductory address.
Our beloved President, Comrade Krishnan, our beloved CGM, Shri Prakash Rao, the man from whom we are going to learn today, Mr. Gurumurthy, the comrades who built this edifice, State Bank of India Officers Association, my comrade in arms from other circles, Comrade Bhaskaran, a close associate of us, and my dear comrades. I am elated, I am delighted, I am humbled that we could be here to celebrate 50 years of this association. This 50 years has been a saga of struggles, sacrifices, and achievements. We are blessed today that our elders are here who built up this great organization, who were the real visionaries, who could think ahead of time, who thought what was best for the future of this country, what was best for the future of this organization. I am really happy that they are here to bless us. ஈன்ற பொழுதின் பெருதுவைக்கும் தன்முகனை சான்றோன் என காட்ட தாய். A mother feels happier than the time she gave birth to the son, the time in which the son is able to achieve greater heights. And I am really happy that our elders are here at this moment to see what we have been able to do with the organization which they had built up with great struggles. Comrades, we are eagerly waiting to listen to our leader, Comrade Sudarshan, and as I said, we are going to learn from Shri Gurumurthy, so I will not take much of your time. But in the last 3 years, about which I will be presenting the detailed report, it has been a very difficult time. It was a challenging time, and I am glad that with your support, with your solid support, we could come out successful, taking care of the charge sheet, taking care of the court cases, taking care of the check-off, taking care of the LFC, and the host of members' issues which we had been addressing. Today, our bank has reached greater heights. We are delighted that the performance of the bank in the last quarter has improved. But the management has not thought about the employees and officers. In the last 3 years, our business has gone up by 36%. But our staff strength has reduced by 3%. How do you expect these people to perform more and more forever? In our circle, we have increased the number of branches by 129 branches in the last 3 years. Our deposits have gone up by 32%. Our advances have gone up by 38%. And our employee strength has come down by 691. Our members are really struggling. We have been telling the corporate management, we had been telling the circle management, who are also taking their efforts, taking it up with the corporate center. But this association and this federation had been always there with the bank as a partner in progress. And it had always gone for an extra mile when there was a crisis. Whether it was the 1969 crisis, when the nationalization took place and our business was going to other nationalized banks, or 2006, when our market share was going down, it was this association, this federation, which went an extra mile, went to the grassroots, appealed to the members, in spite of their hardship, to put in some extra effort so that we can regain our glory, and we regain that glory, we are able to sustain that glory. Comrades, we have been telling this management always, we are looking for a positive signal, which is yet to come, which we will be discussing. And in this occasion, I thank the comrades who have assembled here in large number, coming from Kanyakumari to Chennai, from the interior parts, the lady comrades who could sacrifice their family life for today and participate here. And I am sure we will have a memorable day. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, comrade.
Dear comrades, better individuals make better societies. Leadership matters for the development of any organization. If the flag of the State Bank of India Chennai Circle is flying high, it is because of this gentleman. Yes, comrades, this person who joined the State Bank of India family in the year 1982 is the Chief General Manager of our circle, who has taken over with the sole aim of making the circle number 1 in our country in all spheres of banking. I take this opportunity to request our beloved Chief General Manager, Shri P.S. Prakash Rao, to give his inaugural address.
Thank you very much. Mr. Krishnan, President, SBI Officers Association, Chennai Circle, Mr. Franco, the General Secretary, Mr. Gurumurthy, Mr. Sudarshan, Sreenath, Mr. Samir Mukherjee, and all the distinguished leaders on the dais. I actually do not know so many of them, but I relate to them because I have worked in the bank in 5 different circles. So all of you, members of the media, and ladies and gentlemen, and my beloved colleagues. It gives me immense pleasure to partake in this Silver Jubilee Triennial General Body meeting of the SBI Officers Association. In fact, I think this is perhaps the first time ever I have attended a meeting of this nature. Maybe if I didn't want to go wherever the bank had posted me, maybe I would have not seen so many circles. Maybe I would have attended more general body meetings, but it so happened that this particular general body meeting, Franco has been able to actually pull me into this, and I compliment and congratulate him on this. See, this SBI Officers Association has been in existence for about 50 years now, and I congratulate all of them who have actually thought of forming an association like this. And it is actually a trade union for the officers, which is perhaps unheard of before the advent of this particular association. So this is a unique organization, and I congratulate all the visionaries who have actually thought of this and brought it to this stage. My compliments and appreciation to all the visionaries who are there on the dais and who are there elsewhere. I also compliment the association at Chennai Circle for having organized such a wonderful event, which shows that once the State Bank of India officers decide to do something, they can achieve anything in the best possible manner and comparable to the best anywhere in the world. And this is absolutely outstanding gathering and event management at its best. I compliment all of you for that. You know, all of us know that State Bank of India has been a pioneer in many areas. But there is a pioneering organization here which has pioneered trade unionism for the benefit of officers. What is a trade union actually? If you look at a trade union, it is defined as an organization whose membership consists of the workers and their leaders for promoting common causes. What are the common causes that an association or a trade union promotes? It is essentially the negotiation of wages and salaries, better wages and salaries for their employees, for their members, better working conditions, and maybe the better personnel policies, welfare of their members, and maintaining a cordial employee-employer relations. I think in all these areas, SBI Officers Association has done exceedingly well in securing a very fair deal for its members, and in some cases, maybe more than a fair deal. During the last 2 decades, you know, after the liberalization, privatization, and globalization was set in the country, there has been a metamorphosis in the way banking is done, and maybe there is a metamorphosis in the way financial services sector in India has been working. Let us see how globalization has had an impact on the banking industry and the common interest that an association provides. Okay, this is something maybe, I think Franco, I would like you to hear, on the wages and salaries, okay, the association normally looks to improve the wages and salaries of their members. What has privatization done for this? Actually, privatization has helped the cause of the association because with the advent of competition, with the advent of more banks, the demand for skilled officers has increased, and because of that, actually the marketability of the officers has increased. Because of that, actually the wages and salaries have actually gone up. So in a way, I think privatization has helped our cause. The other thing is about working conditions. How did the privatization has brought about an improvement in the working conditions? The competition for a share of the customer's wallet and the competition for retention of customers, premium customers, has resulted in increased use of technology, has resulted in increased air conditioning of branches, and as a corollary, actually the employees who are working in this organization have also had better working conditions. Of course, I'm sure Franco will say if the business is growing and if the number of employees is coming down, how the working conditions have improved. But I think the way, you see, if you go back to 1960 when the association was formed to now, I think the working conditions have overall had got a boost in the last 2 decades. You know, we have also adopted technology in a big way in the form of ATMs, CDMs, internet banking, mobile banking, telebanking and whatnot, and the point of sale machines, and all of them have actually resulted in reducing what I call as a drudgery work. Okay, earlier we used to do all the balancing ourselves and do, less innovative job. Now at least the working conditions have improved to that extent where we are able to do some creative job. And what about personnel policies? Actually, the competition again has spurred banks to adopt human resources policies which are actually focused on retention of talent and on the growth of the individual. It has also actually improved the promotional opportunities because there are a good number of people who have actually moved to the private sector. With the result, the number of vacancies have gone up and promotional opportunities have increased. Also, we have provided facilities like accommodation at the place of choice, even up to the DGM levels. Okay, in fact, in some cases, even up to the general managers levels. With the result, actually the wards of the officers could stay in a particular place without disturbing the education of their children, and that has actually helped in mitigating the problems, hardships faced by the officers. What about the welfare measures? If you look at the welfare measures that are initiated, again as a result of competition, is provision of guest houses, reservation of seats in colleges, reservation of seats in hospitals for the benefit of the employees and their relations, and provision of cashless treatment. There are some of and guest houses is something which I think is one of the best things that could happen because we all travel, we have a penchant to travel and go to places. That again, I think the competition has actually made the employers and banks think about the welfare of the employees more. And maintaining a cordial employee-employer relationship is, if I am standing before you here today as a part of the association meeting, it is what more cordial employee-employer relationship than any organization can dream for. I think this is something which is unique about our bank, where we have actually institutionalized the employee-employer relations by having workmen directors on the boards. We also have the negotiating councils, which are at quarterly intervals, so that any difficulties, any hardships are actually reconciled in a mutually amicable manner. Now, how is globalization and privatization is only a blessing? Absolutely not. Actually, the globalization has resulted in the deepest financial crisis we have not seen for the last maybe 6-7 decades. And it has adversely impacted all countries, not only the developed countries, but the emerging market economies like India, and we have seen how difficult it has been. What are all the major challenges that the banks are facing today? I think one point that I think we are all on the same page is the lack of skilled manpower or shortage of skilled manpower. Okay, I agree on this score with both Mr. Krishnan and Mr. Franco when and even Mr. Sudarshan was mentioning just as an aside when we were talking, there is absolutely a shortage of real skilled manpower in banks. Okay, there is absolutely no doubt about it. It is because of we didn't have recruitment for almost a decade, and whatever recruitments that are happening are actually happening with new generation people not really being exposed to the type of rigor that all of us had undergone, and that has resulted in a lot of skill gap. So what do we need to do? We need to have further challenges are increasingly savvy customers. The customers want the best, and they want us to better the best. See, this is something which the expectations of the customers have gone up many-fold over a period of the last perhaps 2 decades. Then the challenges are financial inclusion is a challenge. Now Prime Minister launched the Prime Minister's Jan Dhan Yojana, and all of us had to actually do a lot of work to include the population and to open their accounts. Increasing incidence of frauds. We find that the technology has also enabled a lot of unscrupulous people to perpetrate frauds on the bank, and some of it, all the staff members, some of the staff members actually have been at the receiving end because of somebody not doing their proper due diligence on things. So that is where again the bank and the banking community face a lot of challenge. Of course, the rising non-performing assets, that's a major challenge, and we always it's fashionable to talk of a few major accounts in non-performing assets, but unfortunately, actually we are seeing a lot of incidents of non-performing assets in small value accounts as well. Particularly in the agricultural sector and in the small scale sector, no one wants to really pay and make the bankers run around till such time we take action on them. And then there is an increased competition from post office. Post office is likely to get a license for a bank, whether it is a payment bank or a differentiated bank. Even cell phone companies are coming up with their own banking products, particularly remittances and small things, which again are going to pose a lot of challenge for banks like us. Now, to meet all these challenges, all of us have to work together. We have to find solutions, innovative solutions, creative solutions, and economic solutions to be in a position to take on the competition. And we have to constantly improve our skills. Particularly to the younger generation, I would appeal that they have to necessarily learn the basics very, very strongly. Because now we find that the younger generation actually looks to be superficial in their knowledge. They do not go deep into things. What happens is banking is is an area where we are dealing with finances, and a small mistake can actually lead to problems for the individual, problems for the organization. And you can only protect yourselves if you are actually having good job knowledge and you have deep understanding of what are all the decisions that you are taking. Finally, I normally, I keep talking about Chennai circle being the number one circle in the country. Let me tell you, I have, as I keep mentioning everywhere, this is the 5th circle I worked, and in all the circles earlier I worked, there is a respect for Chennai circle. Okay, the respect for Chennai circle has been earned by all of you by dint of hard work, by following systems and processes, by actually having job knowledge much superior to many other circles. Okay, and in fact, when I was in Hyderabad circle, we always used to think that it is the Chennai circle which is hard to beat in any area. Okay, so such a circle, when I come, I feel honored, I feel humbled, and I also feel that there is a responsibility on all of us to actually keep that sort of a reputation, and we should not allow even a small dent to be made in that reputation. For all this, I have been going to various places and I have been addressing the people. You see, actually I can also tell you one more thing. When I have been posted to Chennai circle, I have received more compliments and congratulations than when I have got promoted as CGM. Such is the reputation that all of you have. Now, to keep that reputation intact, I would request all of you to work hard, to follow the systems and processes, to ensure that you protect yourselves and you protect the organization. That is very, very important. Finally, I'll again compliment the Chennai circle on various of their achievements. The Chennai circle SBIOA school is something which is talked about all over the country. It is not something which is, I'm not mentioning it just because this is a function, but it is actually again a reputation that is earned with the sheer dint of hard work. Similarly, the association is now embarking on a housing project, again, which is, I think, not heard of, and the magnitude of the project, the scale of the project is only when I look at the project, I realized. Again, my compliments to the Chennai Circle office bearers for pioneering this. All these achievements cannot be achieved with one or two people. There is a lot of solid support from all of you for them to be able to reach this stage. So I only request all of you to extend the same solidarity for the organization in making the Chennai Circle as the number one circle in the country, which is my dream. Thank you very much, and I really wish you all the very best. I wish the event all the very best, and I am sure the organization is capable of achieving anything which is but the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Very rarely do we get such an opportunity to listen to you for such long. It has been a great privilege, sir. We will definitely be with you all to see that Chennai Circle is the number one in the country. Thank you.
Comrade Shri S. Gurumurthy. He is a corporate advisor and commentator on economic and political affairs. He has always been a person whose analysis, in-depth knowledge of current affairs, and has a different point of view from the mainstream economist. The highlights and importance of our SBIOA CC's 25th General Body meeting will be shared now. We request Shri S. Gurumurthy to deliver the keynote address.
Mr. Krishnan, the State Bank of India Officers Association, Chennai Circle President, Mr. Y. Sudarshan, General Secretary of the All India body that negotiates for wage settlements, and I heard his brilliant speech in the Indian Overseas Bank Officers Association a fortnight back in Chennai. Shri Prakash Rao, the Chief General Manager of the Chennai Circle, who sat after delivering a very informative speech, because I am not very well versed about the functioning of State Bank of India, except from what I read in the newspapers and my little analysis of its balance sheet. But from an insider and a management's perspective, what he gave was of education to me. And other leaders of this movement who are on the dais, and dear brothers and sisters. You know, I have been addressing bank officers for almost a decade and more. It is very difficult to assemble an audience of very intelligent people, and even more difficult to get them attentive to your speech, because there is still some disturbance going on there. Because intelligent people do not always get glued to a speech or a speaker or an event, because intelligence always disturbs a person from within. So, as it is difficult to get an intelligent audience, it is even more difficult to get their attention. I have got an intelligent audience, and I appeal to all of you for your attention also, because the subject I am going to talk on is not an easy subject. It is not based on mere cliches and slogans. It requires deeper contemplation, attention, recalling, because on this depends the future of India, the future of the financial system, of which the banking system is part, and particularly the public sector banks, of which the central bank, central force is the State Bank of India. You know, in order to understand where the Indian banking system stands, of which the pivot is the State Bank of India, we have got to take an overview, like what this flying video equipment did. You have got to rise above and have an overview of what happened from 1991 till now. 20 years, 2 decades is a vantage point from where we can look at how things have progressed not only in India but also in the world, and try to see where we are positioned, what are the challenges, and what we as bankers should be doing. And I think that is an exercise which I will attempt now, because this is an area of my intense study and interest. You know, I will take you back to 1991, when the whole world was shaken because the socialist ideology collapsed, which was an alternative to the free market ideology, and the whole world defected from socialist model of thinking to the liberalized market economic model. There was a defection, wholesale defection. All socialist nations began declaring themselves as market economy. And that was the situation in which India in 1991 placed itself in a crisis, found itself in a crisis. And it is from there we have to start to know what are the changes which have taken place, and what we thought at that time, what we were told at that time, what we were advised at that time, and what has really transpired in this period, because in these 22 years, 23 years lies lessons for the next 20 years, and that is what I want to tell you now. You know, in 1991, we as a nation completely lost confidence. As someone who has relationship with the corporate sector as an advisor on my terms, not on the terms of the corporate sector, as someone who is a friend of many in the corporate sector, in amongst professionals, among intelligent people, among the media people, and of course in the political system also, my idea was to gather knowledge about the state of mind of the operators of the Indian economy, the opinion makers, the policy makers, And at that time, the country's confidence was completely lost. We were told that we could never develop on our own steam. We could never develop on our own capital formation. We could never develop on our own production model. We have to import everything, whether it is capital, whether it is technology, whether it is knowledge, whether it is personnel. This is what we were told at that time. And when I took a travel across the country, because there was no textbook, there was no educational institution, there was no economist who would give an alternative thought. They were all reflecting thoughts as a mirror reflection of what was being propagated elsewhere in the world, and it was being reflected in our ministers' speeches, in our political party statements, in the writings of the media. So for an alternative thought, the only way I thought was whether there is something in the economy of India, the operators of the Indian economy, and I started traveling across the country. I went to Ludhiana, Batala, Rajkot, Jamnagar, Morbi, right down to Thoothukudi. I went to about 40-45 industrial clusters in a period of 5 to 6 years. The place where we are holding this convention, this is a particular organization which opened my eyes. You know this complex was built by small scale industries. I have not come across CII doing this, Assocham doing this, FICCI doing this. Coimbatore Small Scale Industries Association has done this. In the year 2000, when the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, came here to inaugurate a Swadeshi industrial fair, for the first time we organized an industrial fair in which only the Swadeshi companies participated, producing goods in India, out of Indian capital, with Indian know-how, and that was one of the biggest all-India industrial fairs to open which Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee came here. And I could say this with pride. See this entire complex. See the vision of the small-scale industrial leaders who put up this. And I asked him, except government organization, whether there has been any private initiative to put up an industrial infrastructure of this kind. I could say with pride, because of the achievement by the small-scale industrialists of Coimbatore. Why I saw this all over the country. And then I found that what we are reading about the Indian economy, what our economists are talking about the Indian economy, what is the policymakers' assumptions about the Indian economy, seem to be entirely in conflict with the real potential of the Indian economy. That is what I am going to tell you. At that time we were told that the Indian economy cannot develop without substantial foreign investment, and those who are familiar with the subject of economics will know that there is something called capital output ratio. If you invest 4 rupees, you will get 1%, 1 rupee output growth, that is GDP. An investment of 4 rupees over a period of time will yield 1% GDP. We were investing about 24% and we were getting 6% GDP growth. If we have to ramp up the GDP growth to 8%, we want additional 8% investment so that it can add 2% growth rate, and this 8% additional investment cannot come from within India because Indians do not and cannot and have to know the potentiality to save because their income is lower, and so it is necessary that we should get foreign investment equal to 8% of our GDP. All our sectors were opened and foreigners were told, you come and establish your shops here, in the infrastructure, in ports, in roads, in every sector, in manufacturing, except trading. In all other sectors, the foreigners were invited and foreign investment began coming. Now, in the last 22 years, I am going to show to you the figures as to what is the kind of foreign investment that came to India and what is the amount of investment, savings that the people of India generated, and what is the role of the banks in this. This is the most important educative part of any economic teaching that should go on in this country by the media or by academics or by the banking masters or unions, and I find there is absolutely no debate on the points I am going to mention to you today. You know, in the last 23 years, the total amount of foreign investment that has come into India is entirely in the corporate sector. $477 billion is the investment by way of FDI, FII into stock market and foreign borrowings. All this has come into the corporate sector. Apart from that, the banking sector has advanced 19 to 20 lakh crores to the corporate sector. So the corporate sector got approximately 48 lakh crores between 1991 and 2014. And see what the corporate sector has done with that money. This will give you an idea as to where money is being invested, from where money is being invested, and what that money has produced in terms of employment or GDP. The corporate sector's share of India's GDP in the year 1991 was 12%. Agriculture at that time was 27%. And the government sector was 22%. The rest was non-corporate sector. Today, in 2014, the share of the corporate sector is 15%. 15% means from 2% they have risen by another 12% to 15%, just by 3% they have risen. Agriculture has come down from 27% to 15%. Government sector has almost remained the same. Actually, the non-corporate sector has contributed to 45% of India's GDP. I will come to it later, how the non-corporate sector has been financed in this country. Just a 3% growth rate has been achieved by the corporate sector, relatively over other sectors, and for which 48 lakh crores have been pumped into. And now let us look at employment. The entire corporate sector, public and private sector put together, has added only 2.2 million employment between 1991 and 2014. Public sector dropped 1.5 million employment. Private sector added 3.7 million employment, and so you find a net addition of only 2.2 million employment for an induction of 48 lakh crores of funds by way of FDI, FII, foreign borrowings, bank advances. This is a shocking question. When I made this presentation before the set of officials ahead of the budget in June, the Prime Minister asked me to make this presentation. Many officials could not believe this information. I said, this information is not secret information. You look at Annexure A 56 and 57 of the Economic Survey of India, you find this data, that an addition of only 2.2 million employment, and the corporate sector is both listed and unlisted, public and private. You know what is the contribution of listed sector, listed public sector to Indian economic model, Indian economic structure? The entire listed corporate contributes only 5% of India's GDP. Unlisted corporates contribute 10% of India's GDP. And the Sensex corporates, 30 large corporates of India, you know how much they contribute to India's GDP? 1%. 1% contribution to India's GDP, the Sensex is 28,000, and so that reflects the economic strength of India. Can there be a greater misnomer, misunderstanding, misrepresentation about Indian economy? The companies which represent just 1% of India's GDP become the mirror reflection of the Indian economy. So what I am trying to say is that the Indian economic discourse is misdirected by wrong statistics, wrong emphasis, wrong samples, wrong examples. So unless you move away from this into facts, unless you know what the facts are, we will not be able to operate the Indian economy, and you are the main operators of the Indian economy. And now I will come to the financial sector. You know, the Sensex has topped 28,000 points. And when it reached 20,000 points, I found Economic Times with the 8-column headline, India economic superpower, when we reached 20,000 points. So you can understand how these newspapers' headlines, their analysis, have really no meaning and are so divorced from reality. Now it is 28,000 and it represents only 1% of India's GDP. Now you go into what is the participation of the Indian people in the stock market in India. You know how much money Indian savings gets into Indian stock market? Just 1% of India's savings alone gets into the stock market. Our people invest largely in banks. If you look at what was the savings to deposit ratio, that is the GDP to deposit ratio, 34% was the bank deposit to GDP in 1991. Today it is 70%. As the GDP increases, the savings into banking has increased faster than the increase in GDP. More and more people trust the banks in India, and nobody goes to the stock market. And the stock markets in India are like the cricket playgrounds where foreigners come and play and we witness it. It is like IPL matches. This Sensex has nothing to do with India. And we only witness these games. It is the foreigners' game which is being played in the Indian stock market. When we said this in 1994, nobody believed it. When we said this in 2000, nobody believed it. When we said this in 2007, nobody believed it. But even the mainline newspapers have started writing today that the Indian stock market is divorced from Indian savings. And we talk about stock market, we give importance to stock market. The banks, which are the driving force of the Indian economy, are seen as inefficient instrumentalities for managing savings. All over the world in the last 30-40 years, an economic theory evolved that banks are not the most efficient mechanism to handle finance. It is the stock markets which should handle finance. The bank should be only doing broker work. That is how commercial banking became investment banking in the last 30 years till the tsunami of global economic crisis hit in 2008. This crisis was brought about by the stock market, and it is in this background we have to analyze what is the role of the Indian financial system, particularly the Indian banking system, and of which the public sector banks, how it has provided stability to the Indian financial system, and what is the character of the Indian banks which have insulated it from global crisis. We may have our own problems, but we were insulated from global crisis by what? Unless we understand this, going forward, what is reform? Because everything that happens in the world, Western world, if it is brought in India, we call it reform. But that is what has caused the crisis in the West. In fact, you will be very happy to know that Dr. Y.V. Reddy, who was the governor of the Reserve Bank, he was praised by the US Federal Reserve System that if this man had been the chief of US Federal Reserve System, the global economic crisis would have been avoided. Can you believe an Indian getting this kind of praise? You know why? Our financial system is informed by moderation. It is not informed by hype. It is not driven by excitement. It is driven by moderation, which is the character of India. That is why Indian people come and save money with you. And how do they save money? In the year 1991, you were giving them 13% interest for a 5-year deposit. 13% interest for a 5-year deposit in the year 1991-92. You know what you gave them in 2005? 5.5% for a 5-year deposit. Now you are giving about 8 or 8.5% or 9% for a 5-year deposit. In spite of the variation in the interest rates, now I am going to show to you how Their savings model has not varied at all. If the interest rates are low, they save more. They have not cut their savings. So, it is the people of India, their savings habits, their investment habits, which have made the banking sector strong. And the amount of deposits with the banking sector today is almost 80 lakh crores. And about 80% of the deposit is with the public sector banks. 87% actually. 11% with private sector banks. 2% with foreign banks. So the Indian financial market is largely bank driven. And it is even more strongly public sector bank driven. But this is not what informs the public discourse in India. Not many people are aware that the public sector banks play such a pivotal role in augmenting savings. Take for instance the Prime Minister Jan Dhan Yojana. 7.5 crore accounts have to be, people have to be connected through accounts to the banking system. Till 31st October, till 30th September, you know what is the number that the public sector banks have achieved? 5.29 crore accounts by public sector banks, of which 3.12 crore account is in rural areas. Is any public sector employee, officers aware of this? That we are doing such a momentous job. In fact, when I addressed the Bank Employees Federation officers, Mr. Franco had called me. I said, you must put it up as a small writing in all branches that this month we have added this month. This is the total that we have added. You know how much confidence it will. This is the amount. 87% of the banking deposits are with the public sector banks. And stock markets get only 1% of the savings in India. You know how much responsibility, how much pride, how much happiness the bank employees will get. Now the bank employees are derided. They are considered as a burden. And you are told, you look at the officers' employee ratio in banks. In foreign banks, officers are 93%, other staff is 7%. In private sector, the officers are 85%, the other staff is 15%. In public sector banks, the officers are 37%, the other staff is 63%. So you are considered to be an inefficient mechanism. But have we ever told the media, told the system, told the government, told the observers of the Indian economy that we are a relation-based banking, and that is why we could add 5.3 crore account in 4 months? A very major understanding exercise is needed. A very major reorientation is needed for those who represent the banking system, and particularly the officers who are an intelligent set of people who can study this, who can talk about it, who can write articles within and outside. So I find lack of generation of knowledge and lack of distribution of knowledge is affecting the brand of the banks, and particularly the public sector banks in India. In the year 2004-05, I have heard the Prime Minister of India then and the then Finance Minister saying, we don't need these too many banks, we only want 3 or 4 banks. We only want State Bank, and like State Bank we want 3-4 banks. We don't want this cluster of banks, these are useless. We want big banks. Openly amalgamate, merge, close down the banks. This was the public discourse at that time. 2008 financial crisis hit precisely the biggest banks. The biggest banks became virtually government owned in terms of capital, but they were non-voting shares, And that is why Citibank remains a private bank, because the government holds non-voting shares in that bank. If the government had taken voting rights in Citibank, it would have become government owned. So we must understand that 2008 crisis established that the guarantee for the banking sector can only come from the government, backed by the people, and no amount of market economics can provide stability to the banking system. This has been established once and for all. The Finance Minister Pranab Mukherjee said that Indian banking system has been insulated from global crisis because of its public sector character. I would like this one statement to be pasted in every branch of the public sector banks in India. We read it in newspapers, forget about it. Instead of putting up the picture of the President of India, or in addition to putting up the picture of the President of India, you put up the statement which he made. That will enhance the confidence, that will enhance the reputation, that will build the brand of the public sector banks in India, and will also build up its pride. You know, the pride of the public sector banks, its officials, have been destroyed. I will tell you how. It has happened in all sectors. Take for instance the Indian Railways. Let it be here. You know, the Indian Railway, any railway for instance, it is 90% less energy consumption is involved as compared to roadways. For example, roadways consumes 100 liters of petrol. Railways consumes only 10 liters of petrol. This is the difference. But railways is collapsing. Railways used to carry 90% of the goods. Today it carries 36% of the goods. And roadways, which used to carry 10% of the goods, is carrying 62% of the goods. The whole picture has changed upside down. And the Indian Railway transports 2.3 crore passengers every day. This is more than the population of Australia. But we only abuse the railways. We say they are inefficient. Because we don't know the work they are doing. No single multinational corporation can do the kind of work the Indian Railways is doing. And you see the environmental cost. Rail driven by electricity, 15 environmental cost. Rail driven by diesel, 51 environmental cost. Coastal shipping, 30. Road, 202. If the environmental cost of electricity driven railways was 15, that of road was 202. We are promoting roads. Is there any debate? The Indian Railways must be launching a huge advertisement campaign against road. Nothing is happening. It is because the Indian Railway itself does not know these facts. Their officers do not know, the users do not know, the economists do not know, the media doesn't know. Lack of knowledge leading to lack of distribution of information. Now come to postal services. In India we have 1.55 lakh postal offices and 87% is rural. Areas impossible to reach even for banks. Your chief general manager spoke about competition from post offices. You know why? They are reaching where banks are not able to reach. They are in my village, which is the 3 kilometers from Villupuram. Banks are not there. You know how much deposit they have gathered? They have gathered 6.6 lakh crores of deposits. No overheads, very little overheads. 6.6 lakh crores of deposit from 29 crores of people. 29 crore of people, they are in direct touch. That much financial inclusion. But there is a campaign against post offices. Post office is inefficient. it must be closed down. It is at a loss. They are delivering annually 570 million unregistered postcards. An achievement in the world. No other communication model will be able to deliver this many number of. Somebody from the Far East in Arunachal, our army man will write a letter to his grandmother who is in Kanyakumari. The letter will be delivered at the cheapest cost. And you carry on a campaign against it. Nobody defends it. No private party will do it because it doesn't work at a profit. These are all sheer lack of knowledge, which leads to lack of spreading of the right kind of information. That leads to wrong branding of the entire public sector. I am not holding a flag for public sector saying that everything that is happening in the public sector is correct. But everything that is said about the public sector is also not correct. Because there is no proper understanding about the facts. The communication about the facts is also lacking. With the result, there is a debranding of the public sector as a whole and the banking sector, and unless that is revised, Indian economic development is going to be impeded. And I will now tell you what is happening at the global level. Till 2008, everybody thought stock market was the way, bank is not the way, investment bank is the way, commercial banking is not the way. The banking which we carry on, the definition of banking in India, accepting for the purpose of lending or investment deposits of money from the public, is not the function of the banks in the West, or it was not till 2008. They said commercial banking is useless. We will go for investment banking. And now they are coming back to commercial banks, because unless you have a relationship with the people, the banking system itself will not be the strong. Now we have natural relationship with the clients, whether it is the depositor or whether it is the borrower. That is why your staff strength is so much. In others, the machines deal with the clients, and so they need relationship manager. And your manager is the relationship manager, your clerk is the relationship clerk, your attender is the relationship attender. Have you ever branded a bank like this? That the machines will deal with the clients and relationship manager will deal with the clients on a relationship basis. Is it possible in case of crores of people? It may be possible in case of thousands of people. So the character of the public sector banks, its clientele, its structure, its relationship is entirely different from foreign banks or public sector banks or private sector banks. So my request is that it is a very intelligent audience, that this is a very intelligent set of people who know the happenings inside. But I pleaded with Mr. Franco the other day when I was addressing the Federation of Officers, that you must create a group of thinking people, a think tank you must create in every bank. And their idea must be to gather this information and distribute it. Today distribution of information is no issue at all. You don't need Economic Times for that. Website is sufficient. Email is sufficient. You got email linkages to all bank officers in India. By a click of the mouse, information can be delivered into everybody's computer. Information will change the mindset completely. It will rebrand the banking system. And the rebranding of the banking system is needed in the interest of India. Now you are not able to attract quality people. It is because you are branded badly first. Remuneration is secondary. But your brand must be good. People want to be employed in foreign banks, not only for salary, but also because it is respectable to be employed in a foreign bank. The same thing can come if the brand of the Indian public sector banks are enhanced. So my appeal to you, which is a continuation of my appeal from what I told the Bank Officers Federation, is that unionism's paradigm must change. There are two different functions in a bank. One, the bank as an institution. Another, the relationships within that institution. Unionism has concentrated on the relationship within the institution so far. The bank as an institution also needs to be properly understood by the people because of two reasons. You are dealing with a huge mass of people, and you are also dealing with public, you are also dealing with media, you are also dealing with the global forces. Most of them do not know about what is the real potential and the capacity of the Indian banking system. And the media is not interested in writing about you. The media is interested in writing only if you are going to give them advertisement. I belong to the media, I know what the media will do and will not do. And the paradigm of India as a saving nation, not as a spending nation, is now established. The Economic Survey of India 2007-8 said, between 1981 and 2007, whenever the per capita income has gone up, savings has gone up even more. Whenever the per capita income has come down, the per capita spending has come down even more, so that the savings has never been affected. This is a 35-year statistical data which proves that the Indian people, being saving minded, is what is driving, and their savings is largely, almost entirely through the banking system. This is not what informs the public debate, because this is not what I see even in the report of the banking sector, whether it is the employer's report or the employee's report. So there is a misunderstanding of what drives the Indian economy. So my appeal would be that even the bank management must be keen to promote the brand of the banks, and the officers must be keen to do it, and all the public sector banks must be involved in it. And my appeal is, each public sector bank must create a team of thinkers, and an annual conference of those thinkers must be held. Apart from this is one set of people meeting. Another set of people whose idea will be to generate knowledge, to distribute knowledge, to inform the public, to inform the media, to inform the parliamentarians about what the banking sector is. I will complete my speech with my experience about the transition that was taking place in India in 1992, 93, 94. At that time, the Prime Minister of India, the later Prime Minister of India, Dr. Manmohan Singh, was the Finance Minister of India, and he had called one Dr. Jagdish Bhagwati, who is a great economist. He had achieved fame in America as a great economist, and he was the one who structured the WTO. He was called the God of Free Trade. He was brought into India, and Dr. Manmohan Singh asked him, we are in an economic mess. Please tell us, how will we come out of this mess? Dr. Jagdish Bhagwati gave a 72-page paper to the government of India, in which 3 pages he dealt with about Indian savings, Indian family, and Indian women. He said that India is saving 22% of its GDP, and this kind of savings is excessive for India. Your savings should be about 10-12%, and the family savings is 19% of the GDP, and this is very high. You should reduce the family savings to 9 to 10%, and the balance 9 to 10% should become expenditure. That expenditure will become sales, sales will become production, production will become employment. Once you ask the people and make the people spend, and there will be no one to stop the growth of India. The problem lies in the fact that you are saving more. Precisely the American model suggested to India. The government of India began implementing this. Cut down the interest rates to make the people spend and not save. Bring forward, and he also said Dr. Jagdish Bhagwati said, your goods are so useless, your people will not buy these goods. Bring foreign goods, build huge malls, and your women who are conservative, who are responsible, who are bothered about their children, who are bothered about their husbands, who are bothered about their near and dear, they are so much weighed down by the responsibility, they are not spending. To force them to spend, you bring goods from abroad, textiles, jewelry, cosmetics, all the items which will attract the women to spend. Responsible women must be turned into spenders, and once they start spending, and once you cut down the interest rates, then nobody can stop the growth of the Indian economy. Somebody asked him, if we keep on spending, if our savings is not there, who will invest in India? You don't worry about it. FDI will come and see investment picks up in India. This was the suggestion given to the government of India, and the government of India began implementing it. And the media was very happy because advertisements were flooding the media and goods were being advertised, songs were being sung, and our women sang the advertisement songs but did not buy the goods. You know the result? Family savings went up from 19% of the GDP in 1991 to 27% of the GDP in 2011. National savings went up from 22% of the GDP to 37% of the GDP. National investment went up from 24% of the GDP to 40% of the GDP, and that is what made us achieve 10% growth rate. Have you ever read this in newspapers? This knowledge is open and yet secret. This is a challenge to us. You see, people like me will be very happy with globalization. If I worked for 30 days to earn a particular amount in 1992, I need to spend only half a day to earn that much money today. I should be a beneficiary of globalization. I should be supporting globalization. I should be celebrating globalization if I live for myself. But we can't live for ourselves. So all of you are very intelligent and responsible people. The opinion making in this country is being made from outside. There is no domestic opinion making in India, domestic intelligence in India transforming into intellectualism. Our intelligence is inadequate. An intelligent man thinks for himself. But I want you to become an intellectual who thinks for others. I want intelligent people of India to transform into intellectuals, thinking for others, thinking for their institution, thinking for the country, thinking for the economy, and thinking for the world. Today we are having look east policy. It is so necessary. We must understand the financial habits of Eastern people, Asian people, exactly like ours. I will take the example of Japan. You know, in 1991, Japan began collapsing. Till 2001, Japan was flat. There was no growth at all for 10 years. It was called the lost decade of Japan. Japan lost the entire decade. So the American economists, all the Western economists, World Bank, IMF began advising Japan that you can never grow unless your people spend. Your people are not spending. That is why you are not growing. So what should I do? So Japan was told you cut down the interest rates. So Japan cut down the interest rate from 6 to 5%. Their people did not spend. 5 to 4, they didn't spend. 4 to 3, they didn't spend. 3 to 2, they didn't spend. 2 to 1, they didn't spend. In 2001, the Bank of Japan announced that hereafter there will be no interest on short-term deposit up to one year. And interest rate on 5-year deposit is 0.8%. Even then the Japanese did not spend. Then the next year the Bank of Japan announced, if I have to keep your money for short term, you have to pay me money to keep your money. People gave the money and kept the money and did not spend. You know why? Japan is a family-based economy like India. There is no family in the West. You know, in America today, 41% of the babies are born for unwed mothers. Women who have not married have given birth to 41% of the total babies born in America every year. This is likely to become 50% in the next 5 years. 49% in England. 51% of the families, husband and wife do not live together, or father and mother do not live together, or there is no father at all. In 1997, an American sociologist wrote a book. We have produced a fatherless America. With the result, care of elders, infirm people, unemployed people, which is looked after by families here, is looked after by government. Families have been nationalized. Here only banks have been nationalized. Their families have been nationalized. With the result, the American economy's biggest problem today is to how to handle the social security and health security. The social security and health security burden in future, discounted to present day values, is $104 trillion. Whereas America's GDP is only $16 trillion. This is a time bomb ticking under America. They want to privatize social security. You can privatize banks, you can privatize BHEL, you can privatize Air India, you can privatize railways because these are assets. Can you privatize social security, which is a liability? Who will take over the liability of a parent? You need families to do that. You cannot produce families by law. You cannot create families by government order. They must exist. You cannot create it by law. You cannot create it by court. You can only divide it by court. A court can order divorce. Court cannot bring about marriage. You cannot go to court saying that my family must stay united. You can go to court only with the plea of partitioning the family. We have a social, cultural, civilizational capital which has a huge family architecture going in this country. That is what has resulted in savings. We need to promote this, we need to sustain this, we need to keep this relationship-based model, and that is what is resulting in the macroeconomic savings investment model. Risk-free investment model through banks in India is a product of the Indian family system. This is the extent of education which is needed, particularly because the banking sector deals only with families. It doesn't deal with individuals. I told the LIC once, you will grow faster if you issue a family-based policy. Because in a family, nobody wants to take a policy in his name and benefit. They would like to take a policy, so if anything happens to one man, the entire family will benefit. This is the psychology of India. And I will conclude my speech by paying tribute to the Indian women who have sustained both the families and also the savings model of India. I am speaking from Coimbatore, and Professor Kanakasabapati, who educated me a lot on what I am talking, is in the audience. We conducted a survey among professors who were teaching finance and economics, women professors in 72 colleges in and around Coimbatore. Women economics and finance teachers in MBA courses and other courses. So the survey asked them the question, how do you invest your money? What is your first preference for investment? What is your second preference? What is your third preference? What is your last preference? First preference, banks. Second preference, property. Third preference, gold. Fourth preference, mutual fund, chit funds. The last preference, out of 72 institutions, only in 3-4 institutions they said, as a last preference we invest in stocks. So our professor asked them, how is it that you are teaching in your classes that don't invest in banks, don't invest in property, don't invest in gold, invest in stock market? You tell the people that is the most efficient model of investment. But in your own personal life you are doing this. They said that is for the class, that is not for the life. This is the reality of India. So in San Jose in America, I spoke to a group of Indian Americans and Americans, where I said, the Indian economy is basically feminine in character. Our spending habits, our savings habits, our entire family orientation is basically feminine. And if any of you is interested, you can go to the YouTube, touch my name, and say Indian economy feminine in character, you will get that speech. We owe a tribute to our mothers, our sisters, our wife, our daughters, for maintaining this stability in the financial system, which is gone in America. You know, 23 crore elder Americans have 120 crore credit cards. 23 crore Americans have 120 crore credit cards on which they owe $3.5 trillion as debt. You withdraw the credit card, the American economy is gone. In India, debit cards are popular because debit cards is an ATM which you carry on your pocket. We have a different model, different behavior, different attitude that has to be captured by the banking system, which is dealing with the people, nearest to the people. And I want the bank officers to carry on continuous thinking in this process. I would appeal to the bank management to institute researches into the economic behavior, savings behavior, investment behavior of the Indian people, families. Then we will be able to present to the understanding of the Indian people, the media, the intellectuals, the policymakers, economists, and the world at large, because India is emerging as a global power today. By 2030, according to the US National Intelligence Council attached to the Central Intelligence Agency, India will be one of the 3 major world powers by 2030. So people would like to follow India. If you are following somebody, how ridiculous it would be when they want to know why you are so strong, why you are so savings oriented, why you are so family oriented, why you are seeking safe savings. There is no model outside, you are doing it. You have no knowledge about yourself. This has been my protest against economists, about policymakers, about the media in the last 25 years. And I am sharing my protest with you. I am extremely happy I got this kind of time and this kind of intelligent audience to share my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It has been the rare of the rarest occasions to listen to such a great oration. Books are a treasure for mankind. I repeat, it is a treasure because this habit of reading is deteriorating in this generation. It is a treasure because human beings cannot learn most of the things only through experience. He or she gains knowledge and maturity by reading, and mostly through reading. Dear comrades, I request Comrade S. Saravanamuthu, our former president of the State Bank of India Officers Association 95 to 99, the treasurer of SBIOA to release a few books specially published for this occasion. The books to be published are You Should Know, which is a guide for most of the bankers in various aspects. I request the great trade unionists of 1974 to 1986, Comrade E.A.G. Moses, to receive the publications. The books being released are You Should Know, Public Sector, the Pride of Our Nation, Kitchen Pharmacy, Random Thoughts for Stress-Free Life, Let Us Lead a Healthy Life with Nature, and Officers Forum. These are the books being published, released and received. Thank you, sirs. It has been a great honor having you with us.
Comrade C.M. Bhaskaran has had a foundation in the union activities since his college days at the famous Pachiyappa College, Chennai. Known for his simplicity, this trade union leader of very high caliber with whom our officers association maintains a very close relationship, a comrade in arms, we request you to deliver your address, sir.
President of this very significant and historic Silver Jubilee Conference, and your onward march for the last 50 years, Comrade Krishnan, our respected Chief General Manager, Shri Prakash Rao, who has very vividly portrayed about the cordial industrial relations that is prevailing in the circle, Shri S. Gurumurthy, Corporate Advisor and Commentator on Economic and Political Affairs, a good friend of ours and the person who is leading the Federation at a very crucial juncture, now that we are passing through this wage revision, Comrade Y. Sudarshan, General Secretary of your Federation and President of the AIBOC. In fact, about 2 weeks back, I shared the dais with him in the Karnataka Circle Conference, where I admired him for the excellent research work done on the evolution of the trade union movement in our bank. Comrade Samir Mukherjee, Senior Vice President of the Federation and Director of our board, your dynamic General Secretary, a comrade in arms, the bondage between the Officers Association and Staff Union is growing stronger and stronger under the leadership of Comrade Franco, a person who has fought the war relentlessly and restored the prestige of the association by going to the court and ensuring that no force on earth can shake the solidarity of an organization. Comrade Franco, DGM of this module, Mr. Kishore Kumar, AGMs, our office bearers, Deputy General Secretary, Comrade Raghunathan, our organizing secretary, Comrade Soundararajan, AGS of this zone, Comrade Dhanapal, and more than 15 to 20 unit secretaries of our Coimbatore module are here. It only shows our solidarity. Whenever you are meeting, we attend in large numbers, and that's why I made it a point to attend most of your regional conferences. The veterans of the association and usually I tell this, all our former activists who are now the office bearers or unit secretaries of militant State Bank of India Officers Association Chennai Circle, and my dear brothers and sisters. Of course, coming after a very good thought-provoking address by Shri Gurumurthy, I find it really difficult. But the way your conference has been conducted, in fact, yesterday's seminar, Public Sector Temples of India, I would like to congratulate the organizers because this is the need of our my dear comrades. In fact, there is a move, there is a conspiracy to demolish and destroy the public sector. You would have listened to Mr. Gurumurthy, how he has projected the efficient working of the public sector undertakings, be it banks, railways or postal services. Comrades, you all know how we have been going along with the government, and whenever the policies of the government were framed, it was only the banks who are responsible for the sustenance of the Indian economy and growth of the Indian economy. Right from 1969, after nationalization of banks, whenever the government wanted, initially they wanted to give focus on agricultural economy. Immediately banks reopened agricultural branches. Then they shifted to small scale, medium scale, like that, and we have also opened in Tamilnadu, we call it as Sirutholil branches, and when they shifted to industrialization, we opened industrial finance branches. So like that, we have been, as pointed out by Mr. Gurumurthy, we have been a driving force. And whereas now we are passing through a very critical juncture. I am very happy this conference is taking place at a very crucial period when we are in the midst of agitation. Comrades, you all know the gap between our demand of 25% wage increase. Last meeting we scaled it down to 23, whereas the government is not prepared to, IBA is not prepared to come up beyond 11%. In fact, the one reason quoted by IBA is they are not in the paying position, the paying capacity is less. One or two statistics I would like to share with you, comrades. In the year 2012-13, our gross profit was 1,21,943 crores. After providing for bad loans of 43,100 crores and bad loans return of 27,000 crores, both put together it comes to around 50,000 crores. Now the management, they are saying the profit earned by the banks is only 50,000 crores. And when you compare the parameters like our business per employee, it has increased from 7.5% to 15 crores, 7.55 crores to 15 crores, and profit per employee has also increased from 4.57 crores to 8.5 crores. So on our part, we have been performing very well, whereas the IBA and government combined. And comrades, always whenever we went for this wage revision, we never got to our wage revision without struggles. And similarly, this time also, we have to launch a sustained struggle, and that is why I say this conference is meeting at a very crucial time. In fact, comrades, some of the counter demands also we have to understand. Now the banks, they want to send the people after completion of 55 years of age or 30 years of service. Under what guise? They want to send the people out in the interest of the public. See, when we are serving the common man, and rightly pointed out by Shri Gurumurthy, we are the persons who have gone to the villages. We are the persons who have developed the economy of the country. When there was global recession in 2008, the so-called giant banks in USA, they all, one after another, they all fell, and even in UK and other Western countries, the banks have failed. But Indian banks have not failed means, in fact, our earlier speaker has also acknowledged, the President of India, the then Finance Minister, he himself has acknowledged the Indian economy and the Indian banking system has not failed. It is only because of the public sector character. Comrades, how we are protecting this public sector character? It is only because of our relentless struggle. That is why whenever any private bank comes, we are capable of ensuring that those private banks are closed. And history is that many of the private banks who are thought to be our competitors, they have all closed down their shutters and they have gone out. So it is only through, and some of the people who are joining nowadays, they are from IT sector and all those places. And when they interact with us in the union office, they say, though they are drawing higher salary than what they would get in bank, they are saying only in bank we have got job security, sir. Like that they are saying. So how this job security was achieved? It is only because of our unity, comrades. And this conference, now we have marched on for 50 years and many more years you will have to march on. So the only thing that we have is the unity. So we must maintain this unity and solidarity. I am very confident that in the afternoon business session, you will be dealing upon certain very, very important subjects, so that whatever discussions you partake and participate in the deliberations, and I am very confident fruitful resolutions will emerge, which will be a guideline for the entire trade union to take it up, so that the next December 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th strike, we will be able to go forward and ensure that unless and until we get a reasonable wage revision, because that is our immediate demand. So unless and until we get an reasonable wage revision, we will not stop, and we are very confident because we are not depending upon anybody else. We are standing on our own legs. We believe in our strength. So comrades, it is high time that we will have to launch if it is required, the UABU should take a call on this situation and even announce an indefinite strike unless and until, because I always tell, sometimes the only language that the management understands is the language of agitation. With these few words, I congratulate all of you. I greet your organization. I wish your conference a mammoth success, comrades. I thank Comrade Selvaraj for giving me such a nice opportunity to share some of my thoughts on this occasion. Thanks a lot, my dear friends.
Thank you, comrade, for this encouraging speech.
Now, it's time to hear from the man who has preferred to be part of.
Comrades, I request the comrades who are standing outside the hall, please come inside and occupy the seats. Volunteers, take care of the comrades, those who are staying outside. I request this to the volunteers also. I once again request the comrades who are standing outside to please occupy the chairs without any further delay.
Now it's time to hear from the man who has preferred to be part of a mighty association over his personal career progression. A knowledge bank from the land of rich culture and tradition. We welcome the Bengal Tiger, Comrade Soumya Datta, GS Elect from Bengal Circle. We are eager to hear from you, sir.
Comrade President, esteemed leadership on the dais, leaders of Easter years, and my dear comrades who have assembled here from the nooks and corners of this great circle. At the very outset, I wish to convey revolutionary greetings from the entire membership of our Bengal Circle to Team Dignity that swept the polls. It is indeed a privilege to be here as a part of the Silver Jubilee Conference. I understand it was Team Dignity which won the elections, but there is no other team at present in this Chennai circle except one team under the leadership of Comrade Franco, who has been the icon of struggle, who has shown the country how to protest. At one point of time, people used to look to Calcutta for inspiration. Now the entire country is looking to Chennai for inspiration to take us, to propel us forward in our movements in future. Once again, revolutionary greetings. Comrades, we have been hearing some illuminating speeches. There will be many speakers to follow. I will not be taking much of your time. I'll just dwell on 2 or 3 points. The bank is making technological progress by leaps and bounds. Day in and day out, we hear new technology being rolled in. Now the people who drive the technology are human beings. We talk of customer service. We have been given trainings on R1, how to improve our customer service. But what about the internal customers who take care? The customers of HR, the most neglected customers of the bank. Unless the bank does something to the HR concerns, it will not be carrying forward the momentum it generates through technological advancement. I request our Federation General Secretary to take up with all sincerity, with all earnestness. There is tremendous resentment amongst rank and file about the misbehavior, about the oppression, about the pressure that is being dwelt upon them day in and day out. This is taking our institution forward. Shri Narayan Murthy, in one of his addresses as CEO of Infosys, had said, as a CEO, is it my bounden duty to ensure that all my employees, they should go leave office early so that they come back rejuvenated the next day to put in more for the organization. It is happening in our bank. Are we looking forward to going to office the next day and face the SMS barrage, face the abuses of the senior management? Now there should be a one forum where the misconduct of the management needs to be addressed. We have to take it up. If if one of our officials misbehave with the customers, we have to apologize in writing, touch the customer's feet. But what about, do we have the right to humiliate any other person, any other colleague by dint of our position at the bank? This is a need that to be addressed. Now, Einstein had said, to progress from A to Z, you need logic. But to progress beyond that, you need imagination. Now, we can move to a certain place through our determination, dedication and hard work. But to move beyond that, we need to dream. Comrade Franco, with his astute leadership, has instilled in us that belief to dream, to dare. I'll end my speech with a very famous line. The world is a great battlefield with forces all arrayed. But if in our hearts we do not yield, we shall overcome someday. Thank you, comrades. Inkilab Zindabad.
Thank you, comrade, for this inspiring speech of yours. Swagat to the man from the land of Gandhiji, the land of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, the land of the lions, and the man who has the name of our Prime Minister, Comrade J.C. Modi, coming from the land of cooperatives and is the president of our Ahmedabad circle. Comrade, we request you to deliver your address.
My most respected General Secretary of the Federation, Shri Sudarshan, Comrade Franco, the President of the Chennai Circle, Shri Krishnan, the General Secretary and Presidents of the various circles, and my dear colleagues. In fact, I am also anxious to address this occasion and get this opportunity to express my views to all of you, because I am also ordered to see this mammoth gathering here, and really is an opportunity and proud privilege for me to come over here, and thank you for the invitation you have given to me, and otherwise I would have missed this opportunity. Nowadays, rightly said by my predecessor, that just we are looking forward, but whatever the turmoil happens in the past about the banking industry and more particularly in the association and federation, we look forward and get inspiration from the Chennai circle. Wherever there is a disturbance, as you all know, before that last chairman also, we had court cases, and then also some still cases pending in the court, and we all circles are looking forward to Franco, who is taking lead of that, as we taking a pioneer of these things. My dear friends, before that, my earlier speakers also say something about the economical data and all these things, but to my opinion, all that economic data, the business per employee and a profit per employee and all these things, ratio can be achieved if the ratio of the pressure per employee, satisfactory employee is achieved. Definitely bank will achieve all the things also. At this juncture, I would like to address that all the things that we are happening in the banking industry, why we are losing shares and all these things are expressing the concern when the management speaks about that. The concern for the progress and prosperity is not the privilege of the person who is wearing tie and coat and sitting in the air-conditioned chamber. We also put all our best of efforts, but still why banking industry and the management and government is taking not interest in giving us whatever our rights are that. Recently, most respected wage revision we are expecting from them, and why it is delayed. It's the simple reason I can say, because the government apartheid policy, the government already given the six-pay commission, and at that time they were not bothered whether what is the cost and burden on the exchequer of the government. But whenever it comes to the burden of the banking industry and wage revision of the banking industry, they say yes, what will be the quantum of the burden of the exchequer of the banking industry. Of course, we are getting that all that benefits and burden will be from the banking industry. Our own profit, our own sweet will be done, whereas the government has given a six-pay commission without any taking burden of that also. But for that, we have to definitely agitate for that. We have to have a demonstration, agitation, and whatever best we can do, we have to do to get our rights in that. Once again, I thankful to you for calling us here and expressing my thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Great leaders are great simplifiers who can cut through argument, debate and doubt to offer a solution everybody can understand. It is our great privilege to have Comrade Ravindra Gupta with us on this occasion. Comrade Ravindra Gupta, he is the General Secretary of the Delhi Circle Association, which is one of the biggest affiliates of the Federation. A person who has faced many court cases and an expert in disciplinary cases. We welcome you, sir, for a special address for us.
Thank you very much. Comrade A. Krishnan, President, State Bank of India Officer Association, Chennai Circle, and the chairperson of today's, this 25th Silver Jubilee program of your General Council. Comrade Y. Sudarshan, General Secretary, All India State Bank Officer Federation, and the President of All India Bank Officers Confederation. Comrade Franco, the architect of today's this great program. Comrade Samir Mukherjee, Officer Director on State Bank Board and the General Secretary of North East Circle. Comrade Sabhapati, Joint General Secretary of our Federation. Comrade Sreenath, Senior Vice President of our Federation. Comrade Bhaskaran, General Secretary of Staff Association, Chennai Circle. And other General Secretary of our various circles, presidents, veteran leaders, Comrade Dharmarajan, Comrade Moses, and various veteran leaders from Chennai Circle, people from management, and all the comrades from Chennai Circle, those are present in a great number in this program. First of all, I congratulate to the leadership of the Chennai Circle and all the comrades of Chennai Circle, those are present in great number in this August seminar of here, this Chennai Circle Association. And this is really a strong belief, and this is evidence that you people still believe in trade unions and trade union of Chennai Circle, which is iconic, which is a foundation, which laid the foundation of trade unions for last 60 years in this country, and that has been proven by all these. Those are present in the great number from all the nook and corner of the Chennai, Tamilnadu. Those are present here in this meeting. Chennai Circle has a legacy and the history, and this has been proven in the last 1 year. The 3 court cases, those you have won for the entire banking association and for the trade unions, those are really an evidence and vindicate our state that trade unions are still alive in the country. One of the recent case of the LFC, that Chennai Circle took the lead, they went to the court and they get it state for the leave fair concession for the foreign lands, as well as the double bench judgment against the charge sheets. That was also the feather in the cap of Chennai Circle. Under the leadership Comrade Franco, the double bench judgment was a historic judgment on the basis of the charge sheet, the demonstration done in the entire country against the 5-day working, the statement passed by the previous chairman. And the third case, and which was really very detrimental to the trade union movement in the entire country, and that was in the State Bank of India, the check-off facility. That check-off facility, we took the stay, and ultimately that Chennai Circle Association won this for the entire federation for restoring our check-off facility, and that made the chairman to appear in the court, and he himself pardonized for his act, and the restoration was a great thing for us. But in the past also Chennai Circle has done great service to the entire country. That is a stay on the perquisites, income tax, or various things has been happened in the past. I will touch one issue that is really very close to the hearts of our all comrades. transfers in State Bank of India. This is the position which has been creating a great demotivation among the officers. Is there any need of any transfers in this country? Yes, it was. It was required when the banks branches were manually operated. There was a need to transfer the people from one branch to the other branch just because of the financial transaction, and there was a risk. But after creation of CBS, now a person can do any transaction in any account of any branch anywhere in the country. So at this moment, a demotivation has been created among the officers. This is unheard that anywhere in the entire world this sort of transfers are being done. There is a recent case in my circle, 4 comrades in scale 4. Those were promoted from the Chennai circle, they were posted to the Delhi circle, and they were given the branches. You know what happened? In 1 week, their orders were reversed. They were put to the BPR. Why? There was a linguistic problems. One was in the Dilshad Garden, another was in the Nazafgarh area, one was in South Delhi. Because a person who worked entire life in Chennai circle and he's been posted in the Hindi area, there the customer cannot understand him and he also cannot understand what he is saying. So such kind of things, those are not needed at this moment. Transfers were there. Transfers are needed where the people are more and the positions are less. But this is not the situation at this moment. This need to be addressed. So friends, and number 2, our focus on the business. There is a total shift from the banking. At this moment, more pressure on the cross-selling. Is it possible that a person can do 10 car loans in a single day? Can the today's management, if you put them on the job, I guarantee that even they can not do a single or 2 car loans in this scenario. They are putting you to the risk. Pre-sanction surveys, those are forgetting. So many issues are there. These are very close to our problems that need to be addressed. And there is a saying, freedom is lost where free unions and the collective bargaining is forbidden. This is said by the great Ronald Reagan, President of the USA. So there is a continuous attack on the rights of the unions. We need to introspect, we need to SWOT analysis, what is our strength, weaknesses, threats and opportunities. All the things are available simultaneously. We are very strong. Our number is our strength. We can use it. And in the coming days you will feel that you are not going to get this wage revision very easily. We need to work hard, we need to unite, we need to bring all the people together for all strike program and other demonstration. This is the right time to introspect, to make our association, our issues very strong. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
A leader who has deep-rooted relationship with the association. A comrade who was associated with the Federation as the secretary for very long. Man from the city of opportunities. A multifaceted personality who is also a great dramatist. We welcome Comrade Shankar N. Naik, General Secretary, Bangalore Circle, to deliver his address.
President of today's function, Comrade Krishnan, dignitaries who have left the dais, Vice Sudarshan, the General Secretary of the Federation, Franco, the General Secretary of the Chennai Circle Association, all the senior comrades on the dais, veterans who have built this Chennai Circle, all the office bearers, the members of the Chennai Circle, invitees and guests. It gives me immense pleasure in associating with this Silver Jubilee function. Bangalore Circle, which is carved out of the Chennai Circle, it is like a homecoming to this Chennai Circle. Many things we have borrowed from the Chennai Circle. The inspirations which we got from this circle, I am very happy to be here and bring the felicitation from the Bangalore comrades, more than 3,500 comrades, and wish this function all the best. Comrades, the setback on the demonstration which we have conducted on 28th, Comrade Franco has very, very nicely narrated in the General Secretary report. I will not touch the details where we have gone, what has gone wrong, who are the people responsible. But ultimately there was some setback. A man who was here as the Chief General Manager, who was having the concern for the bank in one of the Trivandrum CNC, he spoke in favor of the officers. The person who was heading that time CGMHR, Mr. Faruqi, he asked Pradeep, "Aap us side mein hai ya is side mein hai?" He said, "I have to take care of the welfare of the officers." I will not go into the detail why it has happened, who are the people responsible. Somewhere we also went wrong. We have also not handled the situation. But ultimately who has suffered? The entire membership has suffered. The bank has suffered. The whole machinery was busy in monitoring the federation, in monitoring the office bearers, especially the Bangalore circle from where the writ was originated and it was translated throughout the country. The branches like Yelahanka New Town where Sudarshan, myself and Shyam Sundar were there, day-to-day basis it was monitored. The chief manager HRs, the CGMs, the entire machinery, the entire money, the amount spent by us, for what purpose? The relationship which we have built, the visionaries like R.N. Godbole who have built this organization, who were the front runners. The federation was the torch bearers for the officers' movement. Whatever has been seen in the entire country, it is only because we have brought everybody together. Never in the history that we have seen that the bank will go down. Even in our magazines, even everywhere if you see, that we always say that bank is great and we have to protect the interest of the bank. Wherever we conduct the meetings, even if you see the federation circulars, we say that bank is first. But what has happened? We have been treated as a third-rate passengers. The way the treatment was given, all the office bearers were sent shelter, because they wanted that activity has to be brought down. See what has happened. Whatever the facilities we are enjoying, the structure forums, many things have gone. But this is an unity, this is an organization which is built by all of the comrades like you. This cannot be. I must thank the Chennai circle and also the Franco. The subscription which the members on their own, their mandates, they were paying, even that also was stopped. See the amount of humiliation he has gone. I am not talking about any individual person, but why this venom? After all, the officers who have built, we are also the part of the management. Many of our comrades who are here are the part of the management. We always take care of the bank. In our all association meetings, wherever we go, we are for the bank. And whatever was happened, our General Secretary has tried his level best. I will not blame any of the comrades, but somewhere we also went wrong. But comrades, this is all temporary phenomena. Now the things have again normalized. See the amount we have spent on the legal, see the amount of infrastructure was utilized for this particular purpose. What was the purpose? To demoralize the officers. whole SBI Times was used. On website, everything was pasted. After all, for what? All the office bearers, all this federation, all along, if you see the history of the federation, it has always helped the bank. The tripartite forum which was there, bank, officers and unions, we always used to tell that we will take the bank. The progress of the bank is uppermost in our mind. But comrade, nevertheless, the things have again started normalizing. Comrade Sudarshan is continuously in touch. And the CGM who was there at Bangalore, now she is heading this bank. and definitely the court cases have also come down. The officers have also been brought back. There may not be normalization completely, but definitely the things are getting normalized in the interest of the bank. The State Bank of India, which is pioneer in almost all the business parameters, and we are the pioneers in the movement also. Definitely this glory will be brought back. A very, very nice detailed analysis Franco has given in our General Secretary's report. You can kindly go through. Comrades, I am very much delighted and also to know the educational institutions progressing here. Comrade Moses is here. Give him a big clap. A man who was a visionary. Who was a visionary from 13 students. He has brought it to the 33,000 students. The entire country, nowhere such educational institutions are there. This is one of the welfare measures of the association. With the inspiration from this Chennai circle, the Mumbai circle have started 2 schools which are running very good. In Jaipur there is a school, in Guwahati there is a school, in Bangalore we have also started 2 schools. All these welfare measures like housing, education, society, this will definitely bring the image in the eyes of the public. Comrades, I only request the Federation and also the Chennai circle that you take lead, conduct the seminars so that the members of the different affiliates will go for such activities. Once again, I am extremely happy to be here and being the part of the Bangalore circle, and many, we are like a neighbors. Always we draw the inspiration from this Chennai circle. Most of our, what you call the food habits, our livings are similar to the Chennai. The great leaders like the Krishnan, Dharmarajan, Parthsarthi, Santanam, so many people are there, so many people. And my career started, even becoming a local secretary. The Chennai circle is the instrument and then the inspiration. I remember here, Mr. Krishnan and Mr. Arvind Godbole, who have brought me to this activity. And the Shupatam, who is no more, his house was given to me and I was inducted in the first AIBOC, and I was given the room by the Chennai circle, then General Secretary M. Balkrishnan. I am very much thankful to the Chennai circle, and extremely this arrangement was done, and the fantastic arrangement. Yesterday also there was a very, very nice debating on the public sector banks, public sector enterprises. Very nice arrangements have been done by the Chennai circle. Thanks and kudos to Chennai. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. We are also extremely happy to hear you on this occasion.
All comrades are requested to take their respective seats, please. All comrades are requested to take their respective seats, please. Comrade G. Subramaniam, coming from the land of pearls, known for his straightforwardness, simplicity, hailing from the Hyderabad circle, we welcome the General Secretary Hyderabad Circle to the stage. He has close links to Tamilnadu. He can speak Tamil. He is a versatile man who runs the Officers Cooperative Society in a very profitable manner and is considered to be a role model by other circles. We await your address, sir.
President of today's meeting and President of your circle, Comrade A. Krishnan, respected General Secretary of our Federation, Comrade Y. Sudarshan, your beloved General Secretary, Comrade Franco, my colleague office bearers from other circles who are on the dais, and more importantly, the veteran leaders who are on the dais who have led this movement in Chennai circle in the yesteryears and who are responsible for getting us many rights and privileges. A special pranam to them. And my dear militant comrades of Chennai circle, good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, I should first congratulate you and say that on behalf of the entire Hyderabad circle consisting of 7,000 members, that this conference should be a grand success at the end of the day, because any conference, any meeting is organized only for the sake and only for the benefit of the membership. I am very happy because yesterday I was benefited by listening to two eminent speakers on two different subjects. Friends, some of you would have heard them, but I would like to repeat a few things which I have learned. The speaker said that the bankers, more importantly the officers, got the prestige, got the respect from the sacrifice they have made, especially to the farming sector, who have born in debts, lived in debts, and died in debts. And that contribution has been done by the banks and more so by the officers who work in the nook and corner of this country. This is the amount of sacrifice the officers have made. So friends, in Andhra Pradesh, when the state was bifurcated into state of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, both the governments have announced debt waiver. And you know the amount of workload which the officers have to carry. They never had even a single day of holiday. They did not even enjoy their Dasara holidays. They have not gone to home even on some nights. You know why? Only to see that the debt-ridden farmers get some relief out of the government scheme. This I am repeating why, because we are always in the forefront to take care of the government schemes, to take care of the society, to take care of the farmers, to take care of the industrialists, but we are not getting our due share. This is a pity. Coming to another thing which I have liked, our contribution to the society. Chennai circle being a neighbor circle, I am always having a comparison from my members, especially for various other activities which you do here and which we have not done or which we have not dared to start yet. I will come to that a little later. But before that, to the social service activity, the recent Hudhud cyclone which devastated the three districts in Andhra Pradesh, Visakhapatnam, Srikakulam and Vijayanagaram. It was the Officers Association which was in the forefront to take up the activity of cleaning in those cities. It has drawn lot of appreciation from the general manager and the chief general manager who visited thereafter. But you know the irony? The pensioners associations, leaders from all the country, they have assembled there on the day the cyclone hit. They were having a conference of their federation. In fact, I was also supposed to be there, but the entire communication system was demolished. We had no way to reach that place, Vizag. But all the veterans who assembled there were taken care of. When they had no power, when they had no drinking water, when they did not get any essential commodities for their basic food, it was the Officers Association and the Vizag module which took care of them. This is the amount of interest we show, this is the amount of concern we have for our own fellow men, our own senior comrades, our own countrymen. Friends, we have taken up a social activity there. We have donated rupees 300 from our salary in that same month. We have gone to the fishermen who have been badly affected there. We have distributed clothing because the government gave them food, but they have not given clothing, so we have distributed that. Coming to the comparison which I was telling, we can compare ourselves when we say that we have 6 beautiful guest houses at par with what you are having in Chennai circle. The recent one which we inaugurated, a 18-room, I can say a 3-star guest house at Hyderabad, which was inaugurated by Comrade Y. Sudarshan along with the Chief General Manager of the circle on 2nd June. It is a pride. We can also compare ourselves with the Credit Society. Every time my name is referred, there is a reference to the Credit Society. Yes, the benevolent fund which we have there, the way we give the amounts at a very cheaper rate, the amount of interest we give on the deposits to the members of the society, yes, I do take credit. I can also say that we can compare ourselves with the consumer stores, but I cannot compare with the schools because I do not have any, nor with the dream house project which you have. These things, they are pressure on me. Why I am making a reference there is, yesterday there was a reference to that. The speakers made a specific reference saying that it is the responsibility of the government to give education. But the government has not been able to do it, and that's why the private sector has come and have commercialized education. But friends, you should all be really proud that this association is running a school at par or more than anybody else in the country, but not on commercial lines, and able to produce many students. That is the pride of the circle, which I hope, would be able to emulate in the days to come. Housing is another thing. Yesterday there was again a reference by the speaker saying that if at all today the people are able to own houses, especially the middle class, it is because of the banks giving the loans at a very cheaper rate of interest. Otherwise, many middle class families would not own houses. Friends, today again your association is at the forefront to see that our officers own a house of their own, and it is a pride to own your own house. Kudos to this circle. This is the circle which has really taken care of the interest of the officers, especially when there was a war from the ex-chairman. I will not touch because every speaker has told about that. But yesterday I learnt one thing, that the Prime Minister of the Britain took the mode of cancelling the check-off to demolish the unions, and that mode was selected by the ex-chairman, and it was the Chennai circle which filed a case and got that restored. Otherwise, it was a way to demolish the entire unionism. Very unfortunate by the ex-chairman, but thanks and kudos to the circle. I will not refer to other court cases which have been already referred. It will be a repetition. Friends, we have been sacrificing. We have sacrificed, and because of that we have earned some self-respect in the society. But that alone is not enough. We are looking forward to have a very decent wage revision. We are due to get a wage revision. The amount of workload which we carry, the amount of responsibility we carry, the amount of transfers we undergo, all these things are not commensurate or not at all compensated by the 11% wage increase which has been offered by the IBA. It is very unfortunate, and we have to stand together. Comrades, I will just say one thing, that nobody is going to come and fight for our cause. We have to fight for our own cause, and if we want a better wage revision, we have to be united. We have to make our own sacrifices. We have to make our own struggles to achieve what is due to us. Especially this I am making because the younger generation, there was a reference yesterday saying that India is going to become a major power because we are having the youngsters in the country, and bank is also going to prosper because they are youngsters. But the youngsters are still not attracted toward this movement. The youngsters have to be attracted to this movement. They should know the history. They should come forward to lead this organization, because without organization we are not going to get anything from the government. Without sacrifice we will not get anything. There are many challenges to us. We have to really face all of them. But let me say that the most rather satisfying thing for the circle should be the honor from the Postal Department yesterday when they released a special cover commemorating with the 50th year of the organization of Great Circle. I am really proud to be a part of this movement, a part of this celebrations today, and I really thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts from this desk, and also thank each one of you for listening to me patiently. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the importance of association in our day-to-day life.
He is from the city, which is a center of economic and religious importance in eastern India. The city also known by many names: Toshali, Kalinga Nagari, Nagar Kalinga, Ekamra Kshetra, Mandira Malini Nagari, that is city of temples. Comrades, now it is time for us to hear from Comrade Samir Mishra, General Secretary of our Bhubaneswar Circle. He had been a student leader. He is a voracious leader, a strong critic and a philosopher. We welcome you, sir, to deliver the special address for us.
Thank you, Comrade President of this meeting. Respected leaders of the yesteryears, our General Secretary of the Federation, the Director in the Central Board of State Bank of India on behalf of the Federation, your General Secretary of the Circle, Comrade Franco, leaders present, all from our other circle organizations in ample numbers, and comrades of Chennai Circle. First of all, I will say that I would like to congratulate you all on completing 50 years, that is this golden jubilee, for this golden jubilee celebration, and in such a befitting manner. And second, you have also elected a full team with full power to carry forward the movement here and at the federation level to its logical conclusion. So congratulations to you all, and congratulations to your leadership. And then, now, I was thinking that in the last strike date, when I was attending the meeting of, the demonstration of the AIBOC in my states, there suddenly a person told me that possibly the wage negotiation is getting delayed because before that there was an attack on the main strength of the bankers, the All India State Bank Officers Federation, which was leading this wage negotiation for such a long period. When I listened to him, it gave me some sort of a satisfaction that at least there is a recognition that this is the organization whose strength gives strength to the entire officers fraternity, that is bank officers fraternity in the country. But then, yesterday also, in the evening, Comrade Ravindra Gupta was saying what happened during the negotiation process at Delhi and how the IBA was rigid in not giving even an inch. And he was suggesting that we may have to go for a stronger fight this time. Comrades, you know, we have given all the reasons why we should get a better wage negotiation and better rate of enhancement. Logic is in our favor. As on earlier times, it is strongly in our favor. But logic does not give us wage negotiation. Here, you have to back your logic with the force to get the results. You know what happened in Mahabharata. Everybody knew that the Kauravas were wrong. But still, a battle had to be fought and won to show that they are wrong and that truth prevails. And there, Even though God himself, we believe, Lord Krishna was present, he did not fight the war. He merely sided and supported and guided the faction which was with the truth. But those people have to fight their war. Likewise, this battle for wage negotiation, we have to fight. Then only we can achieve it. And that requires that we must back it both in argument as well as numbers, and we must not relent, because there are people even among the working forces who may not stand that rigid with us in achieving this. That is why this fight, we must give our mind as well as body and everything, so that we can get a respectful wage negotiation. Because if you are not getting a respectful wage, then also in the present day society, it doesn't give you adequate respect in the social structure, that is social hierarchy itself. That's why, comrades, at this occasion, I believe, now that you have congregated here, you will discuss in detail and prepare yourselves for the ensuing battle. Thank you, comrades, for listening to me, and thank you all for taking care of us for the last 2 days. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir, for the motivating speech for us.
A comrade born in the Madras state, settled in Maharashtra, and has become the General Secretary of the Mumbai Circle Association. Comrade Ram Kumar Sabapati is here all the way from Mumbai to offer his special address. Dear comrades, it is also an information that Mumbai Circle Association brings out the best monthly bulletins in the country. Thank you, sir.
சென்னை வட்டார தலைவர் கிருஷ்ணன் அவர்களே, என்னடா இது காலையில் தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கும் 2 நாளாக தமிழில் ஒன்றும் கேட்கலன்னு பார்த்தேன். அட்லீஸ்ட் ஆர்கனைசர் தான் தமிழ் பேசுவாங்க பார்த்தா அவங்களும் ஒன்றும் பேசலை. நான் பிறந்தது தமிழ்நாடு இல்லை, நான் பிறந்தது பூனால. ஆனால் தமிழ் மீடியத்தில் தான் படித்தேன். சொந்த ஊர் மாயரம் பக்கத்தில் குத்தாலம். யாரோ இருக்காங்க உங்களுக்கு? ஸோ பூனாவில் பிறந்தது படித்ததெல்லாம் தமிழ் மீடியம் தான், எஸ்எஸ்சி வர. ஆனால் அங்கேயே செட்டில் ஆகிட்டோம். மாமியார் ஊர் திருச்சி. ஸோ சென்னையோட கனெக்ஷன்ஸ், ஃபுல் கனெக்ஷன்ஸ் உண்டு. கோயம்புத்தூர் ஒரு 8 வருஷம் கழிச்சு இன்னைக்கு வந்திருக்கேன். சிஸ்டர் இங்கே இருந்தாங்க முன்னாடி. பியூட்டிஃபுல் பிளேஸ், ரொம்ப மகிழ்ச்சி. ஏன்னா அந்த காலத்தில் நான் உங்களுக்கு இப்போ இன்னைக்கு பார்க்க சொல்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி கொஞ்சம் தமிழ் அந்த கனெக்ஷன் இருக்கிறதுனால எங்கள் வீட்டில் இது எப்படின்னாக்கா, ஃபாதர் தமிழ் டெவலப்மெண்ட், யூ வாஸ் ஒர்க்கிங் ஃபார் டெவலப்மெண்ட் ஆஃப் தமிழ் இன் பூனா. ஸோ அவர் தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு வெளியே கலைமாமணி கிடைச்ச ஒரே ஒரு தான் அவர் தான் 1983. அந்த காலத்தில் பட்டிமன்றம், தமிழ் சங்கம் எல்லாம் அங்கே ரொம்ப இதாக நடந்தது, மிக இதாக. ஸோ தமிழ்நாட்டிலேருந்து எல்லாருமே அங்கே வருவாங்க. ஸோ அதனால அந்த நல்ல கனெக்ஷன்ஸ் இருந்தது. இப்போது அவ்வளோவா பம்பாயிலும் தமிழ் சங்கம் இருக்கிறது, பட் அவ்வளோவாக ஆக்டிவிட்டீஸ் இல்லை. ஏதாவது சம் கமர்ஷியல் ட்ராமாஸ் அண்ட் ப்ரொஃபஷனல் ஷோஸ் ஆர் கோயிங் ஆன், தட்ஸ் ஆல். எனிவே, இன்றைய 50வது வருட நிகழ்ச்சியில் உங்கள் பொதுச் செயலாளர் பிராங்கோ அவர்கள் 2 மாதம் முன்னாடியே அழைப்பு கொடுத்தார்கள். நான் சொன்னேன், நான் கட்டாயமாக நாங்கள் வருவோம். நான் இல்லை, நான் என்னோட பிரசிடென்டும் நிச்சயமாக வருவார். ஸோ இன்றைக்கு இந்த சபைக்காக இங்கே கூடியிருக்கும் dignitaries who have already left, இதர வட்டாரத்தில் வந்திருக்கும் ஜெனரல் செக்ரட்டரிஸ், பிரசிடென்ட்ஸ் அவர்களே, உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் மும்பை வட்டார சார்பிலே எங்கள் வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொண்டு கொள்கிறேன். இதற்கு மேல நான் நினைக்கிறேன் நான் இங்கிலீஷ்க்கு வர வேண்டும் திருப்பி. எனக்கு பாக்கி டயஸ்ல இருக்கவங்க எல்லாரும் என்னடா இவன் நம்மளை பத்தி ஏதாவது பேசுறானு ஏதாவது டவுட் எடுப்பாங்க. Anyway, it is a very matter of pleasure to be here today. There is a lot of commonalities between Chennai and Mumbai because we will also be celebrating, Mumbai Circle will be celebrating the 50th year soon. From the association at Mumbai was registered in January 65, so we are completing 50 years in January. We had planned it somewhere in January, but it will be held somewhat later, part of 2015. So, looking at the grand event today, I feel it is only the beginning of the celebrations of 50 years. And I expect there will be one more grand gala event to conclude the celebrations of Golden Jubilee. As all the speakers have said, we also take inspiration from Chennai Circle. Yesterday when Comrade Franco said about the seminar, when we landed here at 2 o'clock and I had finished our lunch by 3:15, he said you take rest for some time, then thereafter there is a seminar we would like to attend. I said I should definitely attend because where else do we get these quality inputs? It has been really wonderful evening, yesterday's seminar and today's morning session also. I think, but for these lectures organized by Chennai Circle, I don't think any of us really go into the deeper details of whatever has been told to us by the great speakers. There are larger issues before us. Issues will always remain because if there are no issues, we will be finished. Issues should always be there and trade unions will always fight and I am sure we will always win. General Secretary of the Federation is here. He will be talking on the progress of salary revision in detail. So it will not be appropriate for me to touch on that issue. Something was told about the magazines. I can tell you very frankly, many of the times he also borrowed from Chennai Circle, whatever is public. Only with the intention to educate the members of the Mumbai Circle or anywhere. Because even whatever is good to share, we should always share and that should be done. That is how it has been done. Without taking much of your time, I convey our revolutionary greetings on behalf of the Mumbai Circle to all the comrades who are assembled here and thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity to be here. You can understand it is a double joy for us, for me to be especially here in Tamil Nadu, sharing this occasion before you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. A close associate of our association, one who had been an office bearer at Chennai Circle. He is also a management committee member of SBIOA Trust, the versatile quizmaster from God's own country. It's none other than our comrade M. Sreenath, General Secretary, Kerala Circle, and also Senior Vice President, All India State Bank Officers Federation. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. Comrade President A. Krishnan, AISBOF General Secretary, AIBOC President Comrade Y. Sudarshan, General Secretary of Chennai Circle, Comrade Franco, Board Director Comrade Samir Mukherjee, senior veterans, dignitaries who have seen me graduate as a EC member of Chennai Circle, then as a General Secretary of other circle, and as a Senior Vice President of the Federation, and my dear comrades. Of course, I don't know whether the comparing made a mistake, because they told Sabapati was born in Tamil Nadu. I was born in Chennai. My baptism took place in Chennai. And in fact, my baptism in the organization also took place in Chennai, because way back in 1998, when a general body of Chennai Circle was conducted here, I was inducted as a EC member of Chennai Circle. So this is a double joy for me too. Of course, This great organization is celebrating its 50th year, Golden Jubilee year, and it is the 25th General Body meeting. This is a Silver Jubilee General Body. See, when you reach the age of 50, naturally grey hairs will come. Silver linings in gold, this thing. That is happening. And this matured organization has been the vanguard of trade union movement in India. Due to the visionary approach by the leaders of the yesteryears, they have been able to break so many paths, and they have shown the world that what a supervisory trade union can do. I convey the greetings from Kerala, which is still has not cut its umbilical cord, because still our education, the SBIOA school, which is run in Ernakulam, is always attached to Chennai Education Trust. I convey the greetings of our comrades from Kerala to Chennai comrades. Of course, I wanted to speak in length, but I think some people have eaten into the time also. One particular thing which I want to say, that Comrade Subramaniam was telling now, the youths are not attracted to the movement these days. This is what which concerns people like me who are on the verge of retirement. The youths who have to carry forward this great organization in the coming years, who have to see the any oppression or suppression of officers is being opposed. I think they are not given so much of thought into this organization discipline, organization culture, organization tradition, or organization history. So but the sad thing is that might be due to the advent of computerization, like Sidney J. Harris, a journalist some 30 years ago has predicted, the difficulty in computerization is not that computers will think like men. It is men who think like computers. And I think we people have developed that habit. We are working in cubicles. We don't interact with our own brethren. We always interact only through social media, where we put likes and comments, and we don't come together. Of course, we are not getting time also. There is no regulated working hours in the bank. But it is high time that the youth think of this out-of-box thinking. They will have to come. They will have to come and gather, meet in a place very regularly, interact personally with the people, and try to find ways and means to see that we lead a decent life. We lead life like humans. That is needed. And I am sure that this kind of a deliberation took place in the ensuing open forum, that discussion to the report and other things. This kind of a thing should take. And moreover, one more thing which trade unions are suffering, the old way of protesting, like strike and other things, are slowly becoming outmoded, because management has a greater tool to overcome our protest. We should also think of some out-of-box thing. Chennai Circle being a front runner in all these things, they will be able to come up with certain things so that we can fight injustice, we can fight for our salary revision, we can find so many new avenues how to oppose the management for its tyranny. That also should be there. That is what I think the deliberation took place in the afternoon, so that it will be a kind of a innovation for the federation as a whole. I am very happy that this conference has made a great speakers were there who have been given. CGM has come and told about his bank's concern. Gurumurthy has come and told about the another way. It's a typical different way. It's not the way the normal speakers speak, and all these things have added to our values and other things, and I wish this conference a big success. And I will end this with a quote from a film, Mera Naam Joker. The opening stanza is like, आदमी से दिल होता है, आदमी में दिल होता है और दिल में आदमी. From the man the heart comes, the mind comes, and the same way in the mind also it should be a man. Let us be full of heart, full of mind, full of sense and feelings for our brethren. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade M. Sreenath. Your deliberation should be imbibed in us for our association to grow stronger and stronger. Comrade Samir Kumar Mukherjee, our beloved comrade, he is coming from the seven sisters, the sisters states of the Northeast. He is the General Secretary of the most troubled Northeast Circle. He is the senior most Vice President of All India State Bank Officers Federation and Officer Director of the bank. He is a voracious reader who has great analytical skills and an untiring worker who takes care of all the needs of his members in the northeastern states, known for which is very famous for its turmoils. We welcome you to the dais, comrade.
Respected President of the inaugural session of the 25th General Body Meeting of SBIOA Chennai Circle, Comrade Krishnan, CGM of the Circle in absentia, Mr. Gurumurthy in absentia, your beloved General Secretary, Comrade Franco, the General Secretary of All India State Bank Officers Federation, and also the President of All India Bank Officers Confederation, Comrade Y. Sudarshan, all my colleagues in the Executive Committee of All India State Bank Officers Federation sitting on the dais, our respected veterans of the yesteryears, those who are present in this meeting and those who could not remain present in this meeting, and all my beloved comrades from throughout the Chennai Circle, those who have assembled here. A very good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, on my personal behalf and on behalf of the entire membership of Northeastern Circle Association, I would like to convey the greetings and good wishes for your General Body Meeting. I join my previous speakers in congratulating the newly elected team of office bearers in the recently conducted election, those who have been elected with thumping majority under the leadership of, very dynamic leadership of Comrade Franco and Comrade Krishnan. I also congratulate you for your completion of 50 years of existence, a very meaningful and purposeful existence in this particular field. I also, on this occasion, bow my head in reverence to those stalwarts, those who led the movement for all these years with their toil and blood and brought this organization to this level. I would congratulate the Chennai Circle Association under the able leadership of Comrade Franco and Comrade Krishnan to foil the attempts made by the earlier management to crush this movement. We got a favorable reply only in the Chennai Circle for just quashing the charge sheet. Thereafter, in LFC case also, as many of our previous speakers, they have told, we got a favorable response from the court. And last but not the least, what our former chairman wanted to demolish this very organization, practically in Chekhov case also, somehow we managed to get a favorable reply from the court. All these things could happen because of your continuous struggle. Comrades, many speakers, they have spoken at length on various issues. I would only like to take a cue from what Mr. Gurumurthy said. In fact, after the collapse of this Soviet bloc, the capitalist world, they started jubilation saying that it is end of history. But thereafter what happened? I recall in 1996 in Copenhagen in an international seminar, then Prime Minister of our country, Mr. P.V. Narasimha Rao. P.V. Narasimha Rao, he is of late forgotten. Manmohan Singh was glorified always for this neoliberal policy that is implemented in our country, but it is this P.V. Narasimha Rao who was the Prime Minister at that point of time when this neoliberal policy was introduced in our country. At the end of his tenure in 1996, in that conference, he made a statement that so far our economic activity was revolving around the state and it proved to be a failure. Thereafter, we thought it should be revolving around the market. But unless and until our economic activity revolves around the people, unless and until it is people-centric, perhaps the vast humanity of our country, they are going to be deprived of whatever growth we are talking about. When we talk in terms of bank, practically last 50 years, it is full of achievements. No one can deny whatever we are today is primarily because of this federation. But it is my personal view that perhaps in 1991, when bank introduced this asset classification and prudential accounting norms, perhaps we were a little late in responding. And that is how, at some point of time, we started thinking that perhaps it is going to help us in our credit management. And ultimately what we have seen is our public sector banks' equity was drastically brought down. And thereafter, concerted campaign was also launched that public sector bank is a drag on the economy and government is not in a position to further support the banks. Finding no other way, ultimately banks had to go to the market, and that is how a new system evolved. In every bank, there are shareholder directors in place. Now these shareholder directors, their only aim is to how to get more and more profit. They are least bothered about the workforce. They are least bothered about the objectives of nationalization, which at the time of nationalization, it was being told to us. And in the process, in bank exploitation also started mounting more and more. Technology was put in place. We were told that from now onwards, our workload will be reduced. But in actual practice, after almost 11, 12 years of technology, what we are observing is every half an hour, our controllers, they are asking for various reports on some pretext or the other from the branches. And perhaps because of this technology, more and more pressure is mounted on us. Now, when this is the turn of events, only the day before yesterday, I was in the board meeting, and every time, last almost 2 years, I have heard in the board, everybody with one voice, they continue to say that if we have invested so much in technology, why we are investing in manpower? So once you have invested in technology, we have to reduce our staff cost. Today, everybody is jubilant that quarterly profit has increased significantly. We also could arrest slippage of the NPA. Now, to be very frank, whether our government is really interested to recover these NPAs, more than 60% of this NPA attribute to only corporate houses and super rich. Instead of going for very stringent recovery mechanism, perhaps we chose to use this as a ploy to deny the legitimate dues of the bank employees and officers. And that is the reason why 6 months back I heard very, very important people in authority, they said that 10-11% is quite good. They are also propagating a message that at the entry level, our bank employees and officers, they are very lucratively paid. But at the top level, they are very poorly paid. That being the situation, they are not going to allow you 10-11%, and that is why this IBA is hell-bent to see that beyond 11% nothing is true. Now, I can also give you one statistics. Practically, this year alone, there was a reduction in officer strength by 11,000. Overall, from now onwards, every year, there will be reduction in manpower in the banks. So far as our bank goes, it will be roughly 15,000. And as against that, we have a plan to recruit hardly 4,500 to 5,000 people. This time practically it is watch and ward staff. Their recruitment was to the extent of around 4,000. That is why staff strength is somewhat not very otherwise visible that it has reduced. But on the whole, if you analyze, our officers and clerical cadre employees, they have gone down like anything. And we are jubilant that we are increasing our profit. Now when we talk in terms of profitability, profitability is the ratio of input and output. Today what is happening? Every day we are opening branches, but there is no person to man those branches. In the process, public service is in peril. Every day complaints are mounting. In spite of that, our executives, they are always trying to see, rather discredit the workforce in whatever manner they feel. Rate of attrition is increasing like anything. Today, since 2008, whatever recruitment has taken place, many of them, 60% of the new recruits, they are engineering graduates. If we cannot ensure a reasonable salary division for them, ultimately they are bound to leave. Today, job market is very, very otherwise dark, bleak, and that is why with so much of qualification, MBA, engineering graduates, they have entered in our bank. But as soon as new private banks will be coming, because Banking Law Amendment Act is already in place, we fail to resist. And that being the situation, perhaps in the coming days, we may see quite a number of private banks, and our public sector banks will be the training center for those boys, and after getting some training for 3, 4, 5 years, they are ultimately going to join those private banks with fat salary. That being the situation, I do consider that the ongoing agitation what is going on. Practically, it is an agitation between the patriotic workforce of the banking industry on the one hand, and on the other hand, a few corporates, those who are trying to influence the authorities. Practically today in our country, with the neoliberal policy in place, state has lost all control. Rather, capital is taking control of the state. And in this sort of situation, they are trying to formulate policies which suit their interest. So, as against the selfish corporates, we the patriotic workforce, if we do not maintain this sort of sustained agitation, perhaps we will not be in a position to safeguard the public sector banks. We will not be in a position to safeguard the interest of the countrymen, those who were getting benefit after nationalization from these banks. And at the same time, I do very strongly believe that it is our legitimate dues. Somebody was giving some statistics. In fact, in 2012, our operating profit was to the tune of 1,16,000 crores. In 2013 March, it went up to 1,22,000 crores. And in 2014 March, it went up to 1,28,000 crores. If this is the operating profit, I do consider that even 15% of this could be definitely given to the workforce, and that could otherwise give us a very decent salary revision. That also they are not interested. Whereas we are making provision year after year on a higher scale, on NP. Friends, you are eagerly waiting to listen to your General Secretary on salary revision and very many other issues. I will not take much of your time. I would only wish your General Body meeting a grand success. I wish the deliberation in your business session will be fruitful, and I am pretty sure that a person like Comrade Franco, as long as he is there in the General Body, it is going to be business-like, and it is definitely going to give a direction of our movement in future. And with these few words, I thank all of you for giving me a patient hearing, and thank all of you for allowing me to speak before you. Thank you.
Comrades, I request all the comrades who are standing outside and in the dining hall to please come into the hall. This is the last speech, and you are eagerly waiting to hear about the wage revision and what is happening within the State Bank. Our Federation General Secretary, Comrade Sudarshan, is going to talk. Please bear with us. It is only some more minutes for you to have your lunch. So after his speech, we will be serving the lunch. I request the volunteers, office bearers, to just go out and call all the officers who are outside to immediately come inside and occupy the seats. I request the office bearers to take the lead. Please, thank you.
Comrades, today is another milestone in this remarkable journey of our association, of our family. The entire officers community is looking upon him. He is the one who participates in wage negotiations with IBA. We are privileged to have Comrade Y. Sudarshan, the General Secretary of All India State Bank Officers Federation, and also the President of All India Bank Officers Confederation. We request our Comrade Y. Sudarshan to deliver the Chief Guest's address.
Comrade Krishnan, President, Comrade Franco, Comrade Samir Mukherjee, Comrade Sreenath, Comrade Ram Sabhapati, other senior comrades on the dais, Comrade Moses, Dharmarajan, Pathsarthi, Sarno Amto, Santanam in absentia, Comrade Gurumurthy and CGM also in absentia, and my dearest comrades of Chennai. I am extremely happy and privileged to be amidst you all this wonderful morning. In fact, when everybody were claiming relationship with Chennai, I thought I should also not fall behind. In fact, I was also born and brought up in Chennai, and I have all my peripas and chitapas are in Coimbatore only, and my son is also in Coimbatore working for Robert Bosch. So the affinity with the dear comrades from Chennai, I need not explain at all. And in fact, in the morning, the entire hall was full. Our comrades from all over, from every nook and corner of Chennai, comrades in multitudes, they were flowing in. So much of enthusiasm, so much of smiles on their faces, so much of glitter in their eyes. It was a wonderful sight. It was really a wonderful, a very festive atmosphere. And therefore, comrades, I really felt that the conclusion or of the 25th Silver Jubilee Conference and the beginning of the Golden Jubilee celebrations is both a joyous and an extremely auspicious occasion. It is a celebration, it is festivity, and therefore let us determine, let us hope that this conference will lay a strong foundation for the strengthening of the trade union movement, for the unity of the federation, and for the bank to prosper to greater heights of glory. Comrades, before I go to the wage revision per se, Chennai Circle has been in the forefront of the trade union activities. In fact, the first labor union, the Madras Labor Union, was formed in Chennai even before the promulgation of the Trade Union Act. The first May Day was celebrated in Chennai. Trade union and Chennai are correlated. There is a deep root between the Chennai, the then Madras, and the trade union activities here. And therefore, I am very sure that it is in the blood of each and every one of you, comrade, to take the trade union movements to greater heights of glory. It is not money, it is not power, or it is not we leaders, but it is you who truly drive an organization. It is you who will truly take this movement to greater heights of glory. Hats off to all of you, comrades, and congratulations for staying together, sticking together during the troubled times and carrying this movement forward. I don't want to take much time because the audience has thinned. In fact, morning I was feeling that enthusiasm, that energy, that militancy. I mean, if this energy could be converted into electricity, I am sure it will be enough to sufficient to supply power to the entire Chennai for 1 year. So much of energy and enthusiasm was visible in the morning. It is still there. Some energy, there has been power cuts. Some energy is outside now. Some energy is inside. Anyway, I hope that you will all congregate again and make the best use of the business session in the afternoon. I am sure that good resolutions will be passed, wonderful ideas will be generated. Please don't throw problems alone. When you throw problems, come up with solutions also, because these solutions and problems will be taken forward by us for the betterment of the trade union movement. I take this opportunity to congratulate Comrade Krishnan, Comrade Franco, Comrade Silvaraj and their entire team for arranging such a beautiful, wonderful function. Because if you all know, this hall was handed over to us only yesterday night. Till morning 5 o'clock, Comrade Krishnan, Franco and their team have worked here to make this event possible. Today we see a wonderful function, a wonderful atmosphere, arrangements, but all this was done during late night. This goes to prove that how trade unionists, irrespective of their comfort level, irrespective of whatever is provided or not provided to them, they can make an event possible, create stories of success. Hats off to all the comrades from Chennai zone. Hats off to Comrade Krishnan, Franco and their entire team for a wonderful general body. Comrades, wage revision. You all know that the Charter of Demands was submitted on the 30th of October 2012. Only two things could be concretized. One thing is the cut-off date, that is the 1st of November 2012, and the DA merger at 4,440 points. Since then, almost 2 years have passed by, nothing else has happened. Virtually nothing else has happened. It has been 2 years of nothingness, 2 years of just meeting the IBA, coming out of IBA meetings, speculating, going into the meeting hall, eating cashew nuts, biscuits that they provide to us, but then apart from the pleasantries, nothing serious has happened. This time the wage revision has been slightly different. Normally, the percentage or the load factor is decided on the total establishment expenses as on the wage revision year. That is the 31st of March 2012, whatever would have been the establishment expenses, on that the percentage is decided. If the total establishment expenses as on 31st of March 2012 was 56,262 crores, normally a percentage, load factor would have decided on that. But this time they have moved away from tradition, and both the UFBU and the IBA agreed that the load factor or the percentage would be on the pay slip components. What are these pay slip components? It is basic DA, HRA, CCA, PQP, FPP and all those things, which comes to 31,503 crores. So whenever we talk about percentage, it is percentage of this 31,503 crores. When we say it is 11%, it is 11% of 31,503 crores. Last time it was 17.5% of 27,500 crores, because last time it was the establishment expenses. 27,500 crores was the total establishment expenses as on the 31st of March 2007. And 17.5% of that translates into 4,812.5 crores. So this time when they are offering 11% of 31,503 crores, it is about 3,400 or 3,500 crores. So even in terms of quantum, even in terms of amount, we are less than what was offered last time. So 2 years have passed by. In the December 2013, when after a lot of about 7-8 rounds of negotiation, when the IBA and the UFBU met, they offered us only 5%. 5% was a slap on the face of all the officer comrades who are toiling day in and day out. It was rejected, and then on the 18th of December, we went through a strike. Congratulations to all of you comrades, those who assembled here, those who have not assembled here, for having made this strike an excellent, grand success. Thereafter again the UFBU met, and then they decided that the agitation should be intensified. So they announced a 48-hour strike on 20th and 21st of January, but then the audacity, look at the audacity of the IBA. Instead of calling the UFBU for negotiations before the strike dates, they called us for negotiation on the 29th of January. They announced 29th January. They said, you go on strike, you do whatever you want, and then come and talk to us later. But then because of the intervention of the Labour Commissioner, on the 17th of January, when the Labour Commissioner met the UFBU, then again the talks were held, and then the IBA came up with an offer of 5 to 8, 8.5, 9, and then ultimately 9.5%. Since 9.5 was a little bit of improvement, a fair enough improvement to continue it further, they deferred the strike, and then again on the 27th of January when they met again, the next offer was not substantial. From 9.5 they said we will come up to 10%. Because that was not sufficient, again we went on a strike on 10th and 11th of February 2014. You all know that the strike was a thunderous success. Congratulations to all of you comrades again for having made this a success throughout the length and breadth of the country. But thereafter there was a total lull. Again we met on the 3rd of March, 14th of March, thereafter on the 13th of June, 14th of July, and then again there was a huge gap. Again we met on the 17th of September and 26th of September. These are the various rounds when the talks were held. Before telling you what happened in the negotiations recently, there are some issues. This time the management wanted to push their issues. What were the management agenda? What is the management agenda? One thing is the performance linked variable pay, cost company performance linked variable pay. Another thing is negotiations up to scale 3 only. They said you can negotiate only up to scale 3, scale 4 and 5 we will decide. You de-link from scale 4 and 5 negotiations. This was rejected outright by the UFBU. This has to be rejected outright also. If you all try to understand, there are some associations, some unions where scale 4 and 5 are not members. So this is a very tricky situation. It is sometimes possible that some unions, some associations may agree to this or take it lightly. This was a tricky situation, but to the credit and to the unity of the entire UFBU, this demand was rejected outright, and all the scale 4-5 members are our members, they will be our members, and we shall never allow a division on that score. Comrades, we negotiate, the UFBU negotiates up to scale 7. You should remember that up to the level of general managers, the wages are determined by the UFBU only. The next demand was cost to company, performance linked variable pay. This is also a very useless demand. This cannot be accepted at any cost at all. The cost to company is a hit at the root of the trade union movement itself. The very concept of social security gets diluted. The concept of pension, the concept of provident fund, everything which we are enjoying, the concept of a what do you call post superannuation benefits, they all get diluted. Then the concept of collective bargaining, which we have established over the last 50 years, get diluted, because there in a cost to company it is one-to-one bargaining. The unions and the associations don't have a role to play there. The concept of dearness allowance, which we have achieved over, it took us 8 bipartites to get this 100% DA neutralization. You all know the recent DA, how many slabs it has increased, what is the amount each and every employee and officer has got. Virtually every quarter has been a wage revision. The 8th bipartite established a concept of 100% DA neutralization. That is a landmark achievement, because nowhere you can find this sort of a regular jump based on the consumer price index. So it was a landmark achievement. So the concept of DA goes, the concept of career progression, the concept of the performance linked variable pay itself is subjective. It depends on operative assignment, non-operational assignment, budgetary, non-budgetary, marketing, non-marketing assignments. So many of these factors which are variables, and therefore, comrades, cost to company also was rejected by us outright. Performance linked variable and cost to company was rejected. Another agenda which the management is hell bent on trying to push is the Mediclaim insurance policy. I will come to this Mediclaim insurance policy a little later. But what is this Mediclaim insurance policy? This, you all know that we have a very good medical reimbursement scheme, hospitalization scheme for self, for family, unlimited hospitalization, reimbursement scheme, 100%. But then the Mediclaim, they say the reimbursement will be up to 2, 3 and 4 lakhs for sub-staff, clerical and award staff, officers. Later on it was revised to 3 and 4 lakhs. 3 lakhs for sub-staff and clerical staff, 4 lakhs to officers. And then they say they will cover so many diseases, all these things. It is this thing is handed over to the insurance companies. I will come to this a little later. That was also rejected by us in the earlier rounds of negotiations. And so this was the management agenda. But when it came to our agenda, not the entire agenda, but I will give you just a few things. If you all know, when we submitted the charter of demands, it was put on the website, and if you go through that, you will find a wonderful charter of demands which covers the entire gamut of the wage revisions, aspirations of all our officers. So, but then few important agenda. The first one is the 5-day week and the regulated working hours. In fact, Chennai Circle has always been fighting for this 5-day week and regulated working hour. They have given many inputs to the Federation, to the Confederation also with regard to this. See, comrades, 5-day week was initially rejected by the IBA. It was rejected by the government also. But when we put forth lot of arguments, traditional, non-traditional arguments like how it is a well-established concept over the weekends, how it will increase, a 2 days rest will increase the productivity, how it will save electricity, fuel, petrol, how it will reduce pollution, so many of those things, how we have alternate channels that will take care of all the holiday transactions during holidays, how the small business correspondents and facilitators will alternate and will supplement the efforts on those holidays. After putting forth all these arguments, the IBA said that they will take it up with the government, and therefore we have not allowed this issue to die down. And on the regulated working hours also, we have given a note to the IBA which is being forwarded and which is being discussed also. The issue of 5-day banking and the issue of regulated working hours is extremely dear to all the officers, especially employees and officers, but more especially for the officers, and therefore it shall be our endeavor to pursue this demand of regulated working hours and 5-day week. Comrades, in fact, if they are willing to concede this 5-day week, if at all, then there even at the cost of a little bit of compromise in the percentage also, it is worth the demand, because it will be establishing once for all a concept that officers' time is also valuable, officers also have a social life, officers also. In fact, in most of the countries abroad, this is a common concept. In many countries, if a person goes and works on a Saturday or on a holiday, or if he sits late, his health insurance gets cancelled. Insurance companies don't pay him insurance. They say, no, you are getting into a disease mode or over-stress mode, hypertension and things like that. So this is a genuine demand, and we shall pursue that. Another agenda of ours, which the government had agreed and you all know is implemented, is the compassionate appointment scheme. This was a long-standing demand. It was there in the early 90s. Later on, over a period of time, it got diluted, and then slowly the thing got removed, and then the scheme of penury, cash compensation, all those things came. But now, because of the efforts of the UFBU and all of your consolidated efforts, compassionate appointment scheme is accepted, and you all know that circular has also come. Some clarifications also have been issued. So that is that. Another thing is the superannuation benefits. Superannuation, there are 2-3 things which are being carried over since the last wage revision also. One thing is the pre-2002 retirees, they don't have 100% DA neutralization. In the 8th bipartite, 100% DA neutralization was introduced from 2005, though it is from 2002, with effect from 2002, but then it introduced in 2005. Pre-2002 retirees don't have this, and therefore they are suffering. There are different DA formulas for pre-2002 retirees. But now, after a lot of persuasion, the IBA has agreed to implement 100% DA neutralization for all the pre-2002 retirees also. That is one thing. Another demand which we have been making is the family pension. You all know that the family pension in the banking industry is pathetic. Central government employees, they have 30% of the last round pay as the family pension, but then here it is a very pathetic story, 10%, 15%, 20%, depending on the slabs, and with a cap of 5,890 or something like that. Some odd cap is there. So the family, in case of an unfortunate death of a breadwinner, the family gets a very pathetic pension. Earlier, very senior officials, DMDs and chief general managers and their wives, who are drawing a very, very, very pathetic family pension, and therefore it has really opened the eyes of the IB and the government, and they are thinking of accepting our demand for enhancement in the family pension also. It is like being considered, and it is likely to be introduced also. Another thing is the pension updation. This they have rejected outright, the concept of pension updation. But then when it was, when they rejected it, and when the entire, there was not many arguments also, but I raised this issue, and I am fairly successful in keeping this issue alive. Though now there is a mental block saying that the cost of pension updation is likely to be 40 to 50,000 crores. We have told them that this is a myth, and then we have challenged the working of the actuaries. We have told them how much of money is available in the pension fund, lying in the pension fund. What is the outgo in the pension fund? What is the inflow in the pension fund? And the gap between the inflow, there is about 1,60,000 crores lying in the pension fund, and the inflow is about 9,700 crores. The outgo is around 8,000 crores. So there is a clear-cut surplus of about 1,500 to 1,600 crores. And with a little bit of augmentation, with a little bit of proper investment in the markets, probably a portion of the cost of pension updation can be met. After putting forth all these arguments, we have been successful in keeping the issue alive. But according to me, this is not an issue that is going to be easily agreed. There is going to be a lot of argument. They will put forth a lot of data also. But I don't think we will be able to achieve it in this wage revision. But then our intention is to keep this issue alive. This is with regard to the superannuation benefits. One more issue which we tried to reopen was a new pension scheme for youngsters. Our officer comrades who joined after 2010, they come under the new pension scheme. And therefore, when we tried to open the subject, they came up with a lot of objections, saying that when it was given, it was related to second option and pension and so many other things. But then we have also told them to re-examine, and we are trying to keep that issue or reopen that issue also. But this is also a difficult issue. We need lot of inputs. If the congregation in the afternoon can give valuable suggestions with regard to such areas, and we can consolidate that, carry it forward and try to bring these things to some logical end. Superannuation benefits, then ladies issues. I see a lot of lady comrades here. In fact, the Charter of Demands has a wonderful chapter for lady comrades. So we are discussing that with the IBA also, like soft postings, flexi timings, creche facility, LFC for individual officers where both husband and wife are employed. So many other issues are there. Let us see, once the issue of this thing percentage gets crystallized, we shall be opening up for all these issues. So these are some of our demands also. So together we have been arguing, and now as I told you, about 14 rounds of negotiation took place. I would like to only explain to you what happened in the last two or three rounds. September 16th, 17th, September 17th, when we met them, some of these issues came up. Comrades, you will be surprised to know that on the September 17th, on the 27th of September, and subsequently when we met recently on the 10th of October, before meeting the Labour Commissioner, after announcing the strike, the first agenda they open, the IBA opens, is Mediclaim. They are so anxious, like a person be standing in the hospital outside an operation theatre. He is so anxious as to what is happening. So much of anxiety in them I could see. And this anxiety is not a normal anxiety. They want this Mediclaim insurance policy introduced somehow. In fact, the first opening lines of those people is, okay, so let us now begin today's this thing. Let us all concretize things that have been accepted, and this Mediclaim which you have all accepted, let us keep it aside, and then we will go further on unresolved issues. Mediclaim. Why? There is a broker called Dastur, this Dastur and Company. They are brokers. He brokers between the insurance companies and the IBA or the UFBU. I mean, he brokers. This Dastur fellow, each time we go for negotiation, he sits outside our negotiating room. How do they bring that broker here? Why is he so much interested in this thing? Comrades, they will impose this Mediclaim on us. The broker will take his brokerage and vanish. And if there are issues, then till the next wage revision, nothing else will happen. Whom do we go to? Will the IBA come forward? The IBA will be meeting only during that 11th bipartite. In between, if you go and ask the bank managements, they will say, you discuss with that broker or you discuss with the IBA, go to hell, they will say. Rightly so. On 2 occasions from State Bank of India, I have put my foot down and I have told that State Bank of India will not agree to this Mediclaim policy at all. Even recently, on the 10th of October, when they said, no, how is it possible, they said. I said, no, I am making it very clear from State Bank of India, we are not accepting this because ours is a totally different policy. And I have written a letter to the management, our management, endorsing a copy to the UFBU and to the AIBOC also, saying Mediclaim is to be rejected. And definitely, comrades, Mediclaim we cannot accept at any cost. So 26th September, 16th and 17th September when we met, they stuck to 11% only. Then the strike was announced on the 12th of November. Strike was announced, the strike was extremely successful. Congratulations. And I would request here to all my comrades that in case some of the comrades have not participated in the strike also, you persuade them. I request you to go back and persuade them. Each one of you has a role to play. This is a strike which are fighting for the wage negotiations of everybody. Tomorrow when they come and take their salary and arrears, there they are not going to say, I don't want or I am not participating. Therefore, please pass on the message. Please persuade all your senior comrades or whoever it is, in case you have stayed away, to make them issue letters saying that they have participated in the strike. So the strike was very successful, but when we met the IBA, they said 11%, we stuck to 25% only. And when they said, you come down and we will come up. Then the last time when we came down, they did not come up. This time we decided that we will allow them to come up. And therefore we did not budge, and we stuck to our demand of 25% only. And therefore, when the talks were about to break, then during lunchtime, one of our senior comrades suggested that let us put the ball in their court. Let us scale down by 2%, that is 23%. Let us see whether they come up or not. Let us, tomorrow when we go to the Labour Commissioner or when we discuss with the government or the management, we can tell them we have been flexible, but they have not been. And therefore, when we met in the afternoon, we scaled down the offer from 25 to 23%. but then they did not budge. They said 23% is too high demand and we will not be able to budge. We went to the Labour Commissioner. To the Labour Commissioner in the afternoon at 3 p.m. when we met the Labour Commissioner, he heard us individually. We put forth all the arguments because government employees, government officers, they understand the language of pay commission. Therefore, we explained to him how after Pillai committee there has been a total complete decline in the pay structure of our officers, how the gap has been widening. We explained to him internal pay parity, external pay parity, relativity, internal external relativity, everything we explained to him in detail. But the Labour Commissioner agreed with us. He said, yes, you definitely deserve higher wages. Then he spoke to the IBA independently. We were outside for about 10 minutes only. With us, he spent about 45 minutes. With 10 minutes, he spent with the IBA. Then when we met again, it was of no use. They said, no, we can offer only 11% because we don't have a mandate. Comrades, what they were citing is that the DFS, Department of Financial Secretary, now has a new secretary, one Mr. Hasmukh Adia, who has taken over from Gurdayal Singh Sandhu. They were quoting saying that no, he's only new and therefore he won't have much time. We didn't have time to discuss with him. 26th we will be meeting the management committee and therefore when we meet the management committee we will try to persuade them, you withdraw your strike, you defer your strike, all those things. But we did not agree, we did not budge and therefore we had to go on a strike. Congratulations to all of you. But many questions are asked all over the country is why only 1 day strike? We could have gone for a higher number of days because last time it was 2 days. Now we should have gone for a... But then after a lot of discussions in the UFBU, it was decided that with the new government, with the new this thing, we will try a test dose sort of a 1 day strike and then we will intensify. Whatever the merits, demerits of the logic, but that was a common decision taken and therefore we went on a 1 day strike. And after that, there has been no response either from the IBA or the government. Only thing I understand is that the IBA is trying to meet the management committee of various banks and trying to impress upon them to come up. But we don't know what exactly it is. So comrades, we are at this stage now. We are at a stage where we began virtually 2 years ago. And therefore, comrades, now we have to struggle. We have to carry forward this thing. Whatever decision the UFBU and the AIBOC takes, we will have to stand by and intensify. They have announced a relay strike on 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 2 to 5 December on various zones. South zone is the first zone. I think 2nd December will be the strike by the South zone. So it is going to hit the grid, CTS also. There are a lot of issues involved. Probably after further discussions, it will be decided on how to go about what to do. But whatever decision will be taken will be conveyed to you and we request all of you to stand solidly behind this decision. And this time we have to ensure that all our comrades, scale 4, 5, even DGMs and CGMs also, we have to request them not to try to create any issue or problem and to morally support this agitation which is legitimate, which is justified. I don't want to go into the justification. Our comrade Samir Mukherjee and all other comrades were explaining on how the gross profits have gone from 40,000 to 1,28,000 crores, how net profit has gone from 20 to 50,000 crores, how business per employee has gone up from 7.5 crores to 15 crores, how profit per employee has gone up from 4.5 to 8, doubled, virtually doubled. Despite all that, also there is no this thing. Comrades, you should know that there is a provision for standard assets also. The banks make provision for standard assets, even huge provisions, even if a portion of that. All we are asking is about 7,500 crores. 20% would be 7,500 crores. Break-even point of last on establishment cost converted to payslip components would be 19.5%. 19.5% is a break-even. That would be around, say, 7,000 to 7,500 crores. So imagine the gross profits and the net profit, huge amount, and the provisioning that has been made, the write-offs that have been made. Total industry about 65,000 crores amount has been written off. Provisioning, huge provisioning is being made for bad debts and all that. Bad debt is an inevitable thing. Bad debt they have to make provision because it is inevitable. You all know, Comrade Gurumurthy was also, the factors of production, land, labor, capital and organization. Labor, is also an integral factor of production. They are also cost. I mean, they don't have any this thing in investing in technology, building, investing in anything, bank doesn't mind. But when it comes to investment in human resources, they talk 1,000 things. Whenever we talk of investment in human resources, it is thought as cost. It is a strain on the balance sheet. It is a burden on the balance sheet. Investment in human resources is not taken as an investment, not taken as a long-term investment, not taken as a expenditure for development of the most important thing in the entire banking industry or any industry for that matter is the human resources, because everything else is fixed and dead, but then human resources are the creative of this thing. It is we who toil day in and out in the nook and corner of the country. Janadhan, in one day 1.5 crores, up to September 5 crores, up to now 7 crore accounts, Janadhan accounts were opened. Financial inclusion, anywhere we go, nook and corner of the country, banks go and do this financial inclusion. Anything, all the government's plans, perspectives, initiatives, everything is being implemented very sincerely by our employees and officers. But when it comes to giving a salary revision, we are not treated as public servants or government. When it comes to disciplinary matters, we are part of the CCS and CCA rules, Central Civil Services and Control, Conduct and Appeal rules. We are a part of the disciplinary thing for, part of this, for disciplinary rules. But when it comes to benefits, we are not government, we are not public servants. For all the other things, Coal India, Steel Authority of India, all budgetary allocations have been made for 7th Pay Commission. Everywhere provisioning, everything is made. 2 days back, an announcement was made that for all the ex-MPs, their pension should be hiked from 20,000 to 35,000. Okay, 35,000 may not be a big amount, but even for a person who has been a one-day MP, he will get a lifelong pension of 35,000 with the annual hike, inbuilt annual hike. I am not talking about the amount, but then that thinking of automatically hiking their pensions, automatically, their philosophy, their mindset. For us, we are made to toil. Not one of the 10 bipartites has come to us without struggle. Every bipartite, every this thing, we have only struggled, and ultimately it is thrown to us like pieces of biscuit across the table. This is the mindset of the government. This is the mindset of the management, the IBA. For everything else, they talk about costs, but for all the wasteful expenditure that is done, cost is not a constraint at all. And therefore, comrades, it's a need, it is really necessary for us to stick together. Otherwise, this wage revision is going to be really tough. It is going to be really tough. Comrades, I don't want to talk on the other issues because we are already delayed. But only one thing I would like to pick up from what Comrade Gurumurthy was telling. And yesterday there was a very good seminar on the public sector undertakings as temples of the country. There is an attempt to dilute the public sector character of banks. There is an attempt, you all know about the PJ committee report. You all know about what happened, the Khandelwal committee report, the Narsimhan committee report, and Rangarajan, earlier there was a Raghuram Rajan committee report also, who now heads the RBI also. It's an extension, PJ Naik is an extension. They want to dilute the government share in banks to below 50%. They want to set up a separate entity called the Bank Investment Company. They want to remove the RBI and the government directors from the board of the banks so that government becomes a passive investor there. And so that these things, private individuals, foreign nationals, they come over, they take over the entire banking sector in a platter. This is also another serious attempt by this thing. You should know that the Indian banking sector, we deal with public money, we deal with public trust. All the money we have is public money. But then tomorrow some private individuals will come, loot the bank, take away the profits. Private banks are not the best thing. You all know what happened in this 2008 tsunami, everything. All the foreign private banks, they failed miserably. Some of the best brains were in the board of the private banks. But then what happened? Their boards failed. Miserably they failed. Comrade Gurumurthy was mentioning that concept of family. It is because of that family here, Indian banks have survived. It is because of the Indian trade unions, the efforts made by the United Forum and the AIBOC that the Indian banking sector survived the financial crisis. And therefore, again, apart from all the wage revision and other issues, there is a need to think on these external macro factors also, because we have a socio-economic role to play, a socio-economic role in the entire country also. So that is also very, very important, comrades. All this globalization, marketization, they are all fancy terminology. Depending on the environment of the country, depending upon the population, the topography, the peculiar factors, all the various unity in the diversity that we have, the diversities. So on so many factors have to be taken into account before any standard formula is given to the Indian economy, and therefore maintaining the public sector character, like a mixed economy, public sector, private sector existing side by side is an essential thing for the Indian economy, and therefore again trade unions have a very, very important role to play here. We should see that this is also carried forward. Coming to our own bank issues, comrades, you all know that the last 2 years, lot of problems were there, lot of issues were there. Together we have fought the battle. Together we have been able to come out successfully. I congratulate the role played by Chennai Circle in tackling some of those issues also, like the subscription issue, LFC, whatever it is, all those issues. So congratulations to Team Chennai also. You all know that we came out of the tough battle. Today all the charge sheets issued to all the punishments meted out are being reversed. Many of those things have been reversed and normalcy is being restored also. Now slowly, I agree that it is a bit slow, but then slowly and steadily the relationship is improving. You all know the benefits that came in the form of housing loan. Here, comrades, the entire credit of the enhancement of housing loan should go only to the Federation and to the Federation alone. Comrades, the management had given in writing to the government saying that we shall not increase the housing loan. OP Bhatt had given in writing, and each CNC meeting, whenever we went to the management, they used to show this, they used to tell, no, they have given in writing because it will have an industry-wide repercussion, we cannot do that. But then we talked to the chairman took it up with the Department of Financial Services, and within 15 days the housing loans have been enhanced to 45 lakhs, 60 lakhs and 80 lakhs, 30 years repayment, and more importantly that post 1991, employees and officers who joined the bank after 1991, they were not eligible for extension of the repayment facility after retirement up to the age of 75 years. That has been removed. That is a very, very major sort of an achievement, because all the employees, officers post 1991 now will be eligible for extension of that facility. But there are still issues remaining, that 60-40 we wanted to increase to 75-25. Then new officers who are, now there is a 5-year minimum period, we want it to be reduced to 2 years. Then people who have retired, their conversion of their commercial, there are many such issues which we shall be taking up recently also. And also, comrades, the supplementary exam, you all know that the results were very, very poor in the scale 1 to 2 and 2 to 3 examinations, but it is only because of the Federation, because of the continuous persuasion. Supplementary exams are conducted first time in the history, and you all know that most of them, all of them have been promoted, and this has been very well received across the length and breadth of the country. Again, the credit should go to the Federation and all of you comrades for having suggested this, for having made us pursue this, and for having got the success also. Now there are many other issues. One major issue which we are trying to resolve is a pakka decent transfer policy. You all know that the last 2 years has demolished the fabric of transfer policy. So therefore we want to take up the issue of transfer policy, promotion policy anomalies for RMROs and CREs also, and then a career progression, a proper career progression for RMROs, CREs and everybody. So these are some issues which you would like to take up also. Then you all know that the ESOP scheme, employee stock option scheme was announced. But then we were insisting on employee stock purchase scheme wherein everybody will get it. Initially the government had approved the ESPS scheme, but then in the board, employee stock option was this thing. Our director on the board, Comrade Samir Mukherjee, and the workmen director also, they raised the issue, and now the issue is put on hold, but we don't know what is happening. We have also written to them. We shall also raise this issue in the CNC meeting and try to see that the ESPS scheme is also introduced. Apart from this, there are many other things which you are trying to pursue, and we shall keep you informed from time to time on all the things that are happening. I don't want to take much time. I know you are all hungry, but then the Federation, rest assured comrades, we are moving slowly, surely to a proper in trying to regain the past glory. You all know that there was a lot of problems, lot of issues, and our basic rights were curtailed. Everything was curtailed. All the facilities which you had got over the last 50 years got totally demolished. So coming out of that, stepping out of that and bringing the federation back to its past glory is difficult. But it is here that we need unity and solidarity. It is here that the members should stand by the federation, should stand by the circle associations and the federation, and only then we will be able to move forward. Because the leaders by themselves, they don't have, it is the strength. The strength of the members is the strength of the leadership. Strength of the leadership is the strength of the membership. Together we should complement each other and move forward. And therefore we request all of you to stand united and stick together. Comrades, on this wonderful occasion, I congratulate all of you once again for this wonderful show, and I hope that the deliberations in the afternoon would be really fruitful and would take the movement to greater heights of glory. I congratulate Comrade Krishnan, Comrade Franco, Selvaraj and the entire team here for having organized this wonderful show, and all the best. Thank you, comrades. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Sudarshan. Thank you for sailing us through the entire bipartite settlement, sir. Thank you. Dear comrades, shall we all put our hands together to felicitate all these wonderful speakers to share so much of information this whole morning session. Thank you, sirs. Thank you. We now break for lunch, and the screening of the documentary will take place at 2 o'clock, and the business session would start at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.